Hey, what's good, Kay? How y'all doing, man? Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Hope everybody's doing good. It's Fomc day. Give me 1 second here. All right, this is... Yo, what's good, Owls? Marcio. Welcome back, everybody. Appreciate y'all tapping in so quick. Appreciate y'all tapping in so quick here. It's FOMC day. We're going to get some fresh trades on. I would like to continue taking long in Q off the lows here. It's kind of curling back into the highs. Still looks good on the hourly. Would like to see it show some upside continuation on kind of closing in on that FOMC meeting. Yeah. I feel like I'll have an opportunity or two to get in and out of NQ, so I wouldn't mind getting in and getting out. I am in a gold trade. Got in, great entry on it. They're both moving, and you wouldn't see me in a gold long and an NQ long, but here I am. I want to see gold pop these 10s here. Maybe I could find sale. Yeah, I would like to see gold pop these 10s here. Everything's kind of pushing higher into FOMC. Gold looks very good. A little cautious of this pulling back on me, just because it is still so range bound, but we kind of have a higher low here. Nice strong bounce at neckline. I would like to see some continuation out above
order filled.
Out above 10s here if we can get it. I don't know if I should cover some. NQ's pushing, little pullback on gold. I'm gonna hold for the break of 10, I think. I'm new. When do you usually go live? Oh, around this time, man. Like literally around this time. Literally around this time. Yeah, I think we'll have a couple opportunities to get in and out of NQ. I really do. Just create a TPT account using Project X, but can't with TPT. I use TradingView. I just connect the Tradeovate account through TradingView and just use it that way. Not market open? Heck no. I don't trade market open like a lot of other people. I don't trade it. Don't trade it. I've probably taken a handful of market open trades in my, like in the years that I've been trading. I've probably taken a handful of market open trades, like out of the gate or within 30 minutes of market open. I just don't do it. I don't do it. I don't do it. I don't think it's a fun time. I prefer trading later in the day, as a matter of fact. What does a 500 tick chart show? This is instead of it being a time-based chart, like usually I guess your time charts would, for an example, 5 minute. You guys know, you already know what I'm trying to say. 5 minute candle opens, trades for 5 minutes, closes, and then you see the open, high, low, close of that candle based on that 5 minute time frame. The tick chart is based on 500 orders, so it can sometimes help to see volume, right? If these candles start moving a little quicker, opening and closing quicker, you can see volume that way, right? Like this is a 500 tick chart, so we're waiting for 500 orders. Once 500 orders get filled within this candle, this will close out and a fresh one will open up, right? So, shit, this NQ fucking bleeding on me. I'm not gonna lie, I don't have a stop on NQ. I'm just kind of floating it. I might have to cut it off. Might have to cut it off. I'm gonna fucking get out of reinsert. There's a lot of weight on that market. Fuck. Yeah, I'm gonna try to reinsert on a fresh break of lows. I don't really expect markets to free fall or anything going to FMC, so I'll look for another dip buy opportunity, but I'm gonna let that take low a day there and not step in front of it. There's a lot of weight on NQ there. I'm gonna secure some of this gold trade, I think.
Order filled.
Okay. Yeah, I'm still open to NQ buys, but I'm gonna let that. If it's gonna sell off into the fresh lows, I'll let it take, and then we'll look for another opportunity. Let's see. Not really. I don't really think markets are gonna free fall much. I think most rallies probably get sold and most dips probably get bought, and we kind of just range around. The swing highs and lows might be a little wider today just because of FOMC, but I still kind of expect this market to hold. So I'll wait for another dip buy opportunity on NQ, then I'll take it. You think Jerome finally going to cut? I don't know. I can't read his mind. I don't know. Probably not. I don't know. I haven't been keeping up with inflation as much just because it hasn't been like a very headline thing. If inflation's still above 2%, then he's not going to cut, right? He's been pretty stern on that for like years. As long as inflation is above 2 or whatever his wordage is, then he's not cutting. So, I mean, if nothing changes with inflation, then he's not going to cut, I guess, right? Gold's getting a nice little rally. Nice, yeah. I would love to see some volume on gold. That would be incredible. Right now it looks awesome. It's pushing into resistance where we could reject a bit. I would like to see a breakout here. I'm not going to lie to you. There is some volume there. A little 3-point run. Pretty quick. Can we get the fill in the 13s, please? I think we can. I think we can. I think. Give us the push through 13s. Still looking at NQ. Little 20-point bounce off lows. I wouldn't be opposed to it. I would love this fucking order to get filled here. Yeah, we're at resistance on the higher time frame on gold, so I mean there's a certain level of caution up here for me. I want to take some off, but this is also coming off a higher low here, off the back end of a higher low. Still looks good. At some point, if this range does get a break, it'll be off the back end of us forming support at 3,400, then continuing higher. This looks like a nice move into the equal high of 34.16. This was a high we saw last night. We took a gold trade last night into this high. I took most of it off up here. Or was it? No, maybe it was up here. Yeah, we've had a very, very wide range on gold, actually. NQ found a low at the moment. Damn. Gold pulling off. That sucks, man. Let's see. Do I want to try to hold and see if we can take the highs? Especially if NQ's coming up. Damn, it looks heavy. What's good, Tex? Appreciate you. NQ still found a low. I'm not opposed to trying to get an NQ. I mean, yeah. These markets, like, quality ranges to trade right now. Like, really. I got stopped out of that because I was kind of floating it with no stop. NQ just coming up, brother. Ripping. Ripping off that low. Low day break, and then it's back into the range. Gold's popping 13s. Try to scale out of that. I wonder if we can see 20s on gold. It's just gotta pull into these highs, which is totally doable here. I don't like that. I really don't like that. NQ's just ripping higher. Trying to figure out if I want to take some partials up here with the rejection at 12s, especially with NQ running and being at resistance on the higher time frame. You know, I might try to get long on this NQ pullback as well. Sorry, I'm not reading chat, guys. I'm trying to get active here. I feel like there's a lot of opportunity in the market right now. I feel like I want to dump off 5. I just don't like this pullback. Yeah, that's okay. Not a great fill or anything, right? But I'm gonna hold 5 and just see. But the pullback looks ugly. NQ ripping off 48 now. It's a classic break a low a day retest. I would not mind trying to get active in this market the long side if we can come down and retest 40s and hold. Make a higher low and then see if we can push into the structure, into the high day structure. I'm going to try it out, I think. At least for a scalp. Yeah, gold is kind of stalling here, isn't it? I mean, it's still a really good push, right? Can't be mad about it, but... Alright, let's see if we can come down and leave wick and then push into the 60s, 70s. Try to get into this market. I'll stop it out at the recent low. See if we can get filled here.
Order filled.
There's 5 filled. Stop it out if we pulled too deep into the recent low. Looking for this go 50-60s. All right. Okay, so we're initially trying to push off entry. If this gets shot down and doesn't hold, I'm not opposed to getting these filled, but I would much prefer it gets filled here and then just rips. Instead of filling, attempting to run these highs, felling again. So I don't know if I want to take that. I'll probably take that order out, just because it is a retest at this point. So if we fell and then come lower again, I don't really want to add to that. I would much prefer to just add a wick here and then run up kind of how we are now. This is nice. All right, so I'm looking for 60s, 70s. If that looks good, maybe trim 2-3, then try to take First, I would love to take this recent high. We'll see. Needs to hold. If we reclaim 60s, I'll probably go break even a little quick. Gold will explode. I don't know. I mean, I would like to think so. It's got some decent structure. It's a little rangy. But I mean, it looks like these wicks kind of want to form support at 34 and push, but we got to find some buyers. We got to find some buyers higher at some point. Right now, we're not seeing it. Right now, we're not seeing it. See if they can hold 10. That's a good entry if it holds, right? Gotta love that. If it holds, good entry. Gold's coming down. Gold has so much potential. It's just gotta find buyers. Like, this can't come back down into 400s. It just can't. It just can't, you know? Nice pop in Q. Little turnaround, 20-point trade. No drawdown on that bottom tick, pretty much. Only took a tick of drawdown. You gotta love it, right? Yeah, I wanted to see if we could maybe make it there, especially coming off of the support at 400. It looks like we put in support at 400. It had some nice bullish flagging structure, so I was like, and then it had like a little sweep too, cup and handle sweep. I was like, let me get in on this market long. And we took a good trade out of it. We took we took most of it. We took 10-point trade, you know. I took most of it off into 10, so I'm happy about it, and it still may go. It still may go. It looks like it wants to break. I just don't know if we'll get it in this session. You know. And gold trade looking good here. 66, the high. Yeah, it's nasty. It is. You don't want to fall in love with the trade for sure. Now, has it been good to take the dip buys off the, you know, high 80s, low 90s and sell them off above 400? Hell yeah. But yeah, once you start to get a little optimistic that we'll get a break, it comes back and takes you out. That's how this market is. Very rangy, but decent, you know, decent range to the range. Like, it's a wide range for us gold traders. Like, this is 30-point range, 300 ticks, you know, is not horrible. Obviously, we wish it could get some follow through once we come up and test the highs. Yeah, I was saying it in the Discord. I was saying I don't like this pullback off 60s. Yeah, I was just saying gold seems like it just can't find any like follow through to the upside as long as we have this Iran conflict going on, which you think wouldn't be the case, but it's you know, it's exactly why it is the case. You know. You want to see the top step leaderboard? Have they done the top step leaderboard today? There's some structure here that we could find buyers off of, 409. But higher time frame, yes, we are at resistance. So understanding that, I took most of it off above 10. Would love to see a break. I don't know if we'll see it in New York session. New York session doesn't typically give us nice breakouts. That's more of an overnight session move. Do we get an overnight session tonight? What are the markets are closed tomorrow? So will we even have an Asia session tonight? I don't think we will. I don't think we will have an Asia session tonight. Or maybe we will. Maybe the futures, maybe futures are open. It's not a half day. I don't know. I'll have to look into that. Woo! NQ trade doesn't look too bad right here. Trying to put in higher lows, form some support at the 40s, 50s, and just stair step back into highs probably. Doesn't look horrible. Only a little questionable about whether I want to look to hold for the bigger move or just cut it, re-enter, cut it, re-enter. I think there's opportunity to cut it and re-enter, cut it, re-enter. You know, if I can take 10-point risk, 10-point trade to the long side, take it off, try to get back in on a dip. Like, for example, this is always easier said than done, but man, when you can nail days like this, especially when this market's not giving us a ton of follow through, but there's opportunities, right? So like I could have taken this trade to here, sold, taken this dip to here, sold, right? Maybe take this dip with less size because it's not a great premium dip, and then sell here. Like there's opportunity. There's really opportunity. I've been looking at the markets a little more like that. Like, man, sometimes you'll try to hold for a trade and it you know what I mean? It doesn't always work immediate. Most of the time it doesn't deliver clean price action directly to your TP without like some pretty decent pullbacks to get in and out of. So it's something I've been looking at a little more, trying to experiment. Like, okay, if we pop 60s, 70s, should I just sell? Then maybe if we rebalance back here, especially on days like this where you don't know, price action's a little more rangy, FOMC day. It's definitely a thought that I've been incorporating it a little bit more and just trying to trade a little more like that. Only thing is you don't want to get out of a trade right before it does get clean follow through. Okay, we're trying to put in support 409. It's possible. Definitely possible. Show me something good, NQ. Show me something good. Yeah, there's several great little trades in one big trade when you analyze it. No doubt. No doubt. No doubts. The market always seems to give a ton of opportunities within the agonizing trade that you have to sit through. Sometimes it's a question of like, should I just get out and wait and be patient for retracement and get back in? Take the same trade, but I can make 2-3 times. I mean, it's a level of it's definitely a double-edged sword, but okay. I mean, we are pulling back across gold and NQ and just not really finding buyers here. Say NQ is a little more on the consolidation side. Gold just doesn't look like it wants to even attempt to break back through the high. Yeah, that's the thing. That's the way I talk about gold. Gold just seems like the buyers just step completely out of the market after it gets into an uncomfortable spot where we might be able to look for a breakout. They just step out of the market. They step out of the market. Yeah, no, they both matched the rally. They both had a rally here. Even with the pullbacks. This pullback was this pullback. Although this is on a much shorter time frame. Yeah, but no, they are. They're following each other. We're not getting anything here, NQ. You see what I mean, though? Like, even, for example, here, like, what if, since we were here on this pullback, what if I just sold here? And then maybe I wait for this to come down and then get in again. It's a thought. All right. One goes down, the other goes up. Let's see. NQ wants to fade here. Can gold run? Snipe that NQ trade 25s. Yeah, nice. And you already got rid of it. You're better than me. Yeah, you know what's up. Get in, get out. Don't hold too long in this environment. Probably is just the best advice, right? Follow through has been rare. In and out of the market's key, pretty much. In and out. In and out of the market is the vibe here. No, on a real note, there does seem to be some opportunity to, you know, if this market gives you 10, 15 points of upside, it's giving you the same on the, you know, it's giving you the same retracement. So like, it almost does seem worth it to try get in and out of the market. Like if I can get 10, 15, 20 points and it runs pretty smooth to that level. Look at gold, by the way. Nice. It needs to run the highs. But yeah, I think you can give me 10, 15, 20 points. You know what I mean? And in a pretty clean way, maybe just take it off and try to get back in. Gold doesn't look too bad here. Getting fast dips. Yeah, those fast dips get caught automatically. Hello, gold. I almost want to trail here because if this doesn't hold, I guess we likely see 400s again. So they're gonna trail that up. Music on and lights on. I think just scalping the hell out of this range right here is probably the best thing. RSS setup? What is an RSS setup? The RSS Titanic? The Titanic setup? They should have a Titanic setup. Titanic short setup. $411 gold. $411 gold. You can do it. Do I want to scalping queue for 10, 15 points? Do I want to sell it if we get into the 50s? And try to get back in if we get into the 40s? That's the thought. That's the thought. I feel like there's plenty of opportunity to get in and out again. In fact, I feel like that's the wise thing to do here. Look at gold. Ugh. Tried to give it to you. 10-8. Kind of shit in the bed. You're disappointing. You're very disappointing, gold. I think we won't be in this market much longer. Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if we take 408s here. That's disappointing for sure. Disappointing trade. We hold 410, 410, 410. Candle wicks closes and just so much suppression at 408. I would be surprised if we don't take 408 here. And if we do take 408, I don't know. We may get volume. We are at higher time frame resistance. Ugly. Ugly, disappointing gold. That's okay. She still gave me a good trade, but ugly, disappointing gold. Just doesn't really want to hold the moves. Short NQ back to third. I'm not really I'm not so bearish on NQ like that. I'm actually pretty bullish. We're in a strong flag on the hourly, just under the highs, within striking distance. I just am not that bearish in this market, really. You know what I mean? Just not. I think I'll try to get in and out of long scalps. I think that's what I'll try. I see a good rip to the upside, sell it, wait for a dip, buy it. See a good rip to the upside, sell it, wait for a dip, buy it. We'll see. That's easier said than done. I mean, we'll see how well that executes. That idea executes. I'm not sure. But I mean, there's been potential here a couple times to you know what I mean? Even just within here, 40, sell 50s, 40s, sell 50s. There's just... I'm going to try to trade this range to the long side, get in and out of trades. If I get 10, 15 points, I'm out. I think that's what I would like to do. I think that's how I want to go about it. I'm going to go to the restroom real quick. Give me another little rally. I'll get out, get back in, get out, get back in, get out, get back in. I'll be happy to scalp the hell out of it. About to come back to a big push. Usually when I leave and come back, it does, yeah. It does do that. I think I'm just going to keep trying to get in this market, 15, 20 point stop, 15, 20 point TP, and be happy about it. Long scalps, in and out. I'm not gonna lie, who was in here for the stream when I passed the Bolinox combine, the 15k profit target, and I was just scalping with 5 minis the whole session? I was killing it. Just killing it. Like, you can take 100 points out of this market, buying 40, selling 50s, buying 40, selling 50s 10 times in a row if you can execute. Easier said than done, obviously. And you can go take 100 points out of this market. And as long as market holds within range, it's pretty limited downside, right? At the moment, I can't even get out of this market. Yeah, the scalping is something like I really should implement a little bit more. And I'm totally comfortable. I'm well comfortable doing it with 5 micros. Like scalping 5 micros, 10, 15, 20 points is not gonna cause me any emotional stress or anything like that. And shit, it worked on that day. It typically does work when I do it. You just gotta be locked the hell in. And it's hard sometimes scalping to have hard stops, because sometimes their ranges are so tight that it can break and still not like be totally bearish, you know? Maybe I should just try to get into my element here a little bit. Let me try to get into my element a little bit right here. Gold's back up to 410, huh? Might see fresh lows on NQ.
Order filled.
Okay, let's get a little reset here. That was kind of a stealth trade. We got into it, didn't really have... Not gonna say I didn't have a plan, but understanding just in and out of this market going forward is gonna be good for me. A little reset here. A little reset. What was your question, brother? A little reset. Are we gonna hold low a day here? Shit, I should have had my stop under low a day. What strategy? Trade market structure mainly, man. Market structure and price action. Market structure, aka like chart patterns, candlestick patterns, I'll trade, but that kind of falls within the same category. Yeah, gold does look good, but yeah, I mean, it doesn't look horrible. Just, I'm happy with that trade, and I'm gonna get out. I don't know. Gold doesn't typically give you much in New York session. Maybe I mean, if it has a bullish setup into FOMC and there's a reason for it to rally, I guess it has some nice structure for a possible break to the upside. I think journaling your trades is necessary. I mean, it's only, I guess that would only benefit you if you actually take the time to go back and look. For me personally, I don't journal, and I don't think I would go back and look at anything like that. More so from the like lens of, it's probably good to know your win rate and your, stuff like that. It's probably good to know your stats. But the markets, man, every day we come into the market and it's a totally different day, and it's, no day's the same. So I don't like to look too much at, like, you know what I mean? Just you go through the day, and maybe if you take a loss or a win, think, okay, what did I do right, wrong? But it's not like you're gonna come back tomorrow and, you know what I mean? If you think about too much of the past, it's just different, because it's just, trading is so, just every day's different, man, and it's hard to look at, for me, like a journal too much. That's just my opinion on it, though. I don't know. I guess the way I'm trying to say it is, like, a journal, I feel like, is more beneficial, like, if used on something that's more that has a more stable, like, I don't know well how I'm really trying to word that, but no, I don't use a journal. Are we gonna hold low a day here? I'd much prefer us to take low a day. What's your daily loss limit for a $2,500 account? Like 250 bucks probably. 10 trades, lose 10 trades before you blow up. Yo, what's good, Johnson? Trying to take this market, scalps to the long side, but it just really doesn't seem like buyers are super eager to get back into this market. Equal lows at 20s. Still feel good about it though, just being patient. Gotta do better. Yeah, man, don't be too hard on yourself, bro. You can't really always control that. Can't always control that. See, this is the thing when it comes to, like, you're scalping this and the range is so tight. Having stops. Obviously, my stop should have been below the low, but still, like, if this stop never got taken here, it would be back to break even. Just hard to... I know it's not a good practice, but, like, when you're scalping, especially with smaller size, I much prefer to just cut it if it starts to go. You know what I mean? Cut it with, you know what I mean? Whenever I feel like this market's really not going to recover. I know that can be a dangerous thing to do, but it is sometimes hard when you're dealing with such tight ranges to have, you know what I mean? Because when you're looking at a range, especially on the tick chart, like if I'm trying to trade this range, it is way more likely for my stop to get ran, but this market not, you know what I mean? But this market not necessarily be suddenly bearish or anything just because my sell stop got ran. I know it's not good practice though. But sometimes having those stops, man, yeah, they can be your enemy sometimes. We know that. Got a 50K and I passed the combine, and on the funded I was up 3.7 with 4 winning days, and I had one more day. Yeah, that seems to be a theme with a lot of people, man. I had an account like that too. I was hearing people say, oh, like, you have the account one day to getting a payout and then you just blow it up. That's happened to me a couple times, actually. It's funny how that works, huh? It's funny how that works. Market's a little flat right here. I mean, it's just briefly off of equal lows, low a day at 20s. I don't know. Things could get interesting if we break it, but at the moment, it's holding, and I don't really love it for a push to the upside, so I don't know if I want to touch it. Just consolidating too close to liquidity, so I'd just prefer the liquidity to get ran before we do anything. I want another $400 or $500 on the P&L. Is your name Brandon or Braden? It's Braden. Cannot hold me down. Down. Yeah, we're gonna wait for these lows to get taken first things first, man. First things first. Because I'm just not super interested in taking it long right near liquidity, really, and equal lows. Much prefer not to do that. Now, if we do take 20s, do we take 22,000 out? Like, these markets aren't really fading too hard. It's a decent little range to the downside, but it's not like these markets are in free fall or anything. Not at all. Shit, maybe we even push into the 40s here. Looks like we want to. Are we going to push to the upside here and attempt to take 50s, 60s? Yeah, no, it's definitely choppy, but we're getting some nice swings to like take longs and sells off of, to be honest. This one doesn't look bad. Too high of an entry for me, especially into these equal lows, but it doesn't look bad, and these markets aren't really selling too hard, just kind of rangy. Honestly, kind of rangy. But it's holding equal lows. But she's singing for me. Pack her bags. Leave. Ba-da-dum, da-da-dum. Down. Just be patient, wait for an opportunity. I even got away. Hey, bro, don't wish me well. Well, I mean, I'm okay. I'm okay with that. I don't know. I need to find some real copyright-free music. Or y'all could go to music list, I guess. I can just listen to it. Look at that wick off 36. Markets could push from here. Like, they really could push from here. Not opposed to it. Just can't really find a good entry on it. Yeah, when in doubt in a wedge and you don't know, it's more often than not up. When in a wedge and we don't know, it's more often than not up. More often than not. Same thing though, just little rallies that just can't hold. Sold off at 46. We'll see. If we don't see 46 again, we might get a break of the lows. Lower high, lower high, lower high into an equal low. Looks possibly like a break. Like this market will give us some nice swings to the upside, but just not holding. Not holding it since the open really. Are we gonna hold 35s here? 780s? 780s? I'm not seeing that one. I don't know. Whoa, seven. I guess it's a bit of a head and shoulder setup. I'm just looking to take a long scalp. Just waiting to get a decent entry on something. Missed the rally from gold yesterday. Gold, I mean, it rallied a couple times, even this morning. I guess y'all in the Discord took some longs in the 90s. And it ran all the way to 415. Just a couple, I guess an hour ago, we were at 415. It gave us a couple rallies. There was one last night we took, and then it ran to 414, and then it sold all the way back down to 91 this morning, and then took it all the way back up. Man, market's just kind of ugh right now. Not decent structure here. Like, I'm not super confident taking it off equal lows, but this market's holding the rally out of the open. Like, this doesn't look horrible here to take long. This just feels like too big of a target to sweep these equal lows here. So for that reason, I'm a little hesitant. I've done the rollover. It should roll over automatic for me. As soon as I want to start to get in and start scalping this market, it just the volume shits out. Totally shits out. Okay. 47. Yeah, I trade like midday New York session and then I'll trade Asia session. I don't like trading New York open. I think it's not good. Not good. Never trade the open. I don't even have like a what's the word I'm looking for? Like a FOMO to trade it. Like I don't care to trade it at all. I don't even it's never like I'm like, "Oh my god, I got to see the open. Let me take a trade in the open. There's so much opportunity." I just don't care for it. Never have. Like I've never cared to trade the open. Like I said, I've taken a couple trades, a handful of trades in my life out of the open, like out of the open. I can probably count it on two hands. You know what I mean? Like within the first 30 minutes of market open, I've probably taken just not a lot, not a lot at all. Struggling with trade evade. How are you struggling with trade evade? Yeah, plus I sleep in a little bit. I can't trade when I'm like super foggy in the morning. True that. True that. Still trying to wake up and shit. I feel like you need to be awake for a couple hours, to be honest, man. To do anything productive, you need to, your body has to wake up. So unless you're doing a fucking cold plunge or going on a little jog, doing something to wake your body up, I wouldn't suggest trading the open. What do they say? Your body wakes up, or your mind wakes up before your body, or your body wakes up before your mind? Do you work? Right here. This is my work. This is my work. Who's been trading the open? Yeah, dude, if y'all have success trading the open, go for it. I don't. I don't trade it. This looks heavy for a break of 20s. We'll see. Oh, you have? That's good. It just feels hard to trade the open with a reasonable stop loss because you can get pretty crazy swings out of the open. Yeah, this looks pretty heavy here. Lightning and thunder. Yeah, amateur hour. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I don't even like. There's no for me. Like I don't even. Wow, we're holding 28 now. We might be putting in support here. We keep trying off these lows. Shitty wick though, 38. Yeah. This is a spot where like we could put in lows and find a rally off these lows, but it's I'm not taking this entry. It's just the liquidity that could get swept here is just so close. I'm not, you know what I mean? So I'm not taking that entry. It starts to look good. I maybe think about an entry here, but it's just too high for an entry at that point. It's just no setup there for me, to be honest. But maybe we put in these lows and find a way back into the 60s, 70s. Reclaim of 70s make the hourly look really good. Really good. Is that a sweep of these highs and then run into the 20s? That doesn't look that doesn't look that good. That looks kind of heavy. I have no clear direction here. That looks heavy. I mean, I would think we sell 20s here. That pullback's way too deep. Off the breakout attempt above 45. Not tradable yet. I'm going to wait for it to take these lows. If we take these lows. It's an ugly pullback off 54. No doubt. This structure is looking very weak now. Very weak. Felled high here, felled lower high here. Another test of 20s. Thinking we're seeing it under 20s here. I won't look for a long opportunity above 20s, that's for sure. That's lame. Come on now. Hate when it does that. She's heavy. She's heavy. Here we go. Patience, patience, patience. I'd be very surprised if this holds 20s again off the felled highs. Or the felled lower highs. Could be wrong. Could be way wrong, but I don't think I am. Doesn't mean I'm going to sell it. It's a decent push. If this gets back into the 40s, it probably will hold. Yeah, why don't I have VWAP on here? I noticed I don't have VWAP on here. Nobody's ever called that out. This feels like this feels like it's gonna try to hold again. It would need to take this high, otherwise it's still pretty bearish. Anything under this high, it gets rejected. It's still pretty bearish. If buyers can't take it into a new high, it doesn't look good. Do I have my VWAP right? Is it 2209? Sometimes VWAP changes. Like, look, I'm zooming out and it changes more and more and more. 22010 is VWAP. I don't like how it changes like that. It doesn't make any sense. Top on Bitcoin's in. Okay. Might have a 200 break here. Or sorry, yeah, 20 break here. Lows are 2020s. Another bounce attempt off these 20s just seems a little silly to me. And kind of a waste of time. Yeah. I don't like that though. Look, I have to be this far zoomed out. I can't even see these candles. And then if I go in, oh, you got to zoom out then zoom in. That's a pain. We have an hourly hold on, is this oh, it's a 15. Okay, we'll have a 15-minute candle closure here with a decent wick off 30s. It's still trying to hold. It's still trying to hold. Like I said, if this gets back into 40s, it can. Let's let the hourly close here. No point in rushing into it. I appreciate that, King. I wonder if I can be on the P&L leaderboard for Top Step tomorrow. If I can push that past 5, I think I can. The P&L leaderboard they showed today, like the bottom guy was like $1,000 P&L. I was like, man, I almost made that one. I had a $6,000 P&L the day before, but I didn't make the leaderboard still. All right, let's let this hourly close. I don't think anybody's super willing to take this market long until we take out 20s. Just every move is getting sold. Put away anything that'll break. Here's 27 again. Do we get a VWAP touch? 11s. Here's equal lows again. Some weight now. Let's see the break. Triple bottom at this point. Dude, yeah, the KJ, isn't that a girl? She's killing it. Or no, not KJ. Spy Gig or whoever. Wow, are we really trying? Asia was a good session. Asia was a good session. A lot of people did good on Asia last night. I'm looking for dip buy opportunities under 20s, but I'm going to be patient with it. What I did was wait until 10K to make a request. Nice, bro. Little break and reclaim. That looks good. Off VWAP, kind of. I'm going to get into this market. I'm going to stop. I'm going to give it a decent stop under 22. If we don't hold 22, I'll be out of the market. And I'm looking to take this back into 50s, 60s. Once again, I just kind of want to get in and out of the market. Like maybe I'll have a couple opportunities to get in and out of this market. 15-minute looking to flip green on the break above 28 if we can see it. You in the worst way. I want to see this push through 30s here. 15 minutes trying to flip green. It needs to hold 28. Just kind of following the theme that we've seen all day. Breaks lows, reclaims, pushes back up. Breaks lows, reclaims, pushes back up. These markets aren't free falling as of now, so I'm trying it out. Trying to trade the range, the downward range to the upside. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? I guess you could call it a downward wedge. I like to test the 29s. Need a break. Now, can I jump in and out of this market on this move? Easier said than done. We always talk about that. Easier said than done. Like if we get a strong push to 30s, can I sell it? Then get back in on the retest to 20s? Like can that be something that I can do? Easier said than done. And what you would hate to do is sell it, wait for a pullback, and then it doesn't give it to you. Then it just runs 40s, 50s, then we're up here and you're not in the trade. So easier said than done for sure. Maybe the thing to do is take 15 micros, then on the push through 30s, 40s, sell 5, add it back. I don't know. It's a couple ways to approach it. But like I know there's potential in this market to get in, get out. Get in, get out. Add a name and a pretty face and a smile. Thinking about whether I want to try to get in and out. I really wanted to see it through 30s though. Might see it now. Flip 30s. 15 minutes green now. Can we push previous range into the 40s? See, right now I'm thinking maybe I can take 5 off and then add it back. But this looks pretty good. I like that. I like that. Just trying to trade the range, right? We have a range, a down, I guess a down wedge. So I'm just taking the lows as they're presented to me. This one happens to be off the back end of the VWAP, so I like that too. Deep pullback off 32. That's what we've been seeing this market do. Pops, really, really strong sellers. Don't like the selling off 35. Not saying I just wanted to see this run very smooth all the way into the 40s, 50s, but I don't want to see too much of a hiccup here. I guess I'll put the stop under these lows now that we've actually formed some structure here. We'll see. I really wanted to see 35 move a little easier than that. I really did. See, this is the thing I'm talking about. Like, I could have sold 35s. In hindsight, it's always easy to say. Sold 35s, then got back in here. Easier said than done. Easier said than done. Up 4,500. We took a trade last night in the Discord that y'all saw. I made 2,900 on that. And then from there is another 1,012. I took a long on NQ a little earlier off so somewhere in these lows and sold it up in the 70s, 80s. I took a gold long at like 400, sold that into the 10s. Just a couple like little quick trades. Where do you think interest rates will go? I think everybody believes they stay unchanged. I mean, which makes sense. So this would be the trade here, like push back into the 50s, 60s. Although my optimistic ass would actually like to see it get some follow through if we can get up into the 50s, 60s. I don't know how I am. I always look for the breakout, right? But no, I will have to respect it and trim some if we can get it up into the 50s, 60s. Have to. Absolutely have to. Discord? It should be my YouTube bio. All right, next high we're looking to take is 35 here if we can get a push. Warfares might cause it to drop. I mean, I hear that argument, but it's like, how long's that conflict been going on? Not super long, but at the same time, markets have had an opportunity to pull back off of that. Markets aren't showing a lot of fear. Markets, we've had this conflict for a little while. I guess it's escalated to a little bit more of a degree, but look, if markets wanted to sell off, they would. You know what I mean? I don't love the hesitation to break 30s, though. I will say that. The longer we hang out at the recent lows, the less I like it. You only trade? No, I have the 15 minute. I'll use the 500 tick chart, then I like the 500 tick chart, honestly. I'm liking it a lot. 100 ticks a little overkill, a little too much information. 500 tick chart's pretty good. I feel like I can see everything within this 15-minute candle here, right? All right here. I do like that part. This market's giving me a million opportunities to get in, sell it, buy it back. That's really the theme. Or maybe I'm just seeing that more because the 500 tick chart just happens to look like that. Might be that. Just leaving wicks to the upside and not pushing back through 30s isn't making me super thrilled. Leaving wicks to the upside, not breaking back through 30s. Needs to happen soon. I feel like I've kind of got this trade on a shot clock. Like, if you know what I mean, I will cut it if it doesn't start to give me a reaction off these lows. I'll have to cut it because this is just a little hesitant to push off the lows. Want to give it some time, but not too much to where it, sellers decide, okay, let's take it down for another leg down. Needs to show a certain amount of buying pressure here. There's 30s. This is about what you want to see push into these next highs. Okay, nice. I'm looking for 35s to break now. Don't want to see a wick at 33. Needs to hold 30. Just a couple things that you have to see here. It's all price action for me. 37. Can we take 40s? Can we take 40s? This is another thing where I'm looking like in the back of my head. Can I get in and out of this market? Should I be out of this market 36 and try to get back in on a dip buy? It's an inner battle. Inner battle. Inner mental battle. Because it's a certain amount of like, okay, this is the trade I have. This is target. I feel confident about it. That's why I took it. It's like you don't want to shoot yourself in the foot getting out too early than if it does run. But at the same time, it's giving us pullbacks. Like, this is just the environment where this market gives you a lot of pullbacks, within that one trade. It gives you plenty of opportunity to get in and get out, get in and get out. I just don't want to shoot myself in the foot. Yeah, 15-minute flipped green. This doesn't look horrible. Break and reclaim of the lows. Doesn't look horrible. I wish we could move a little quicker, a little smoother here. For sure. Are you liking live more than express? I like the ability to have uncapped daily payouts for sure, yeah. I will tell you it's different. It's a lot different. I feel like it makes you a better trader having to deal with the risk parameters. It does make you a better trader for sure. Having to deal with the daily loss limits and adjustment, but I do feel like it's for the best. Makes you a better trader. Keeps you from imploding. It's good. It's good. Okay, I mean, fuck me, NQ. At some point, brother, at some point. We'll have a 15-minute candle closure in 3 minutes. Doesn't look like the strongest move off these lows. Gonna give it time, though. Going to give it time. I mean, at some point in this downward range, I'm looking for like some type of sentiment shift to actually get a break to the upside. And there's just every time we get a decent rally, it just gets sold so hard. You know what I mean? It's ugly, ugly stuff. I'm still looking forward into the 40s, 50s. I will say though, like we're talking about it, this market gives you 10, 15 points pretty easy to get in and get out, damn it. It's just easier said than it truly is easier said than done. Like the last thing I'm going to do is sell the pop at 38 and then it doesn't pull back for me to get back into it. Yeah, these markets aren't showing strength at the moment. They're just not showing strength. Like we have potential to break above 40s there and we just don't. Not seeing strength. Like at all. Not seeing it. In fact, we're seeing so little strength that I almost want to de-risk a little bit. Make or break right here. Make or break. Fancy that? I'm lonely too. How do you get the dollar amount on your stop loss? Mine only has the contract size. I don't know what you mean, to be honest. Well, if you're on Project X, you need to you can hold and drag to the losing side of the trade, or hold and drag to the winning side. But you won't have that if you're on Trading View. True. See what I'm talking about though, man? I know I sound like a broken record. This is something I want to start implementing in my trading more. I could have gotten out full at 39, waited for this retest, and then got back in. And then if this goes back to 39, 40s, like it's double the awesomeness. It's double the awesomeness. It's double the trade. It's fucking it's bueno, you know? It's bueno. I don't know. Maybe you just see a lot. You just visually like I just that's the thing about the tick chart. Holy shit. You just see so many more opportunities within this. Like on the 15-minute, you don't see what I'm seeing with, two opportunities to get in out. But on tick charts, you typically see retests. You typically see the retest. Like while these 15-minute candles are kind of trading within the range of its life, you see like I can see it all. Like this is where price is, you know what I mean? This is a super hesitant market to move up on though. I don't like it. I don't like it. Hard to catch every time. No, no doubt. That's what I'm saying. No doubt. That's what I'm saying. I don't know if it's a good or a bad thing to like look at this tick chart so much. I don't. I almost want to take 10 off. I'm gonna take 10 off. I don't like this pullback. I'm totally okay with holding the 5, but this market's not showing me urgency to pull off the lows. I de-risked. I took off. Not for profit or anything. I just kind of took it off. Took 10 off. It's just this isn't nice structure here. I don't like this. This doesn't look like bullish structure. It's had a couple attempts to push through 30s, 40s. I'm still bullish on it, so I will hold the 5, but this thing's just not looking strong for me. This looks very hesitant. Looks very hesitant. For that reason, I'll take 10 off. Might be a mistake, but that's my guts telling me to take 10 right there off. Price is just way too flat at low of day for me. Like this needs to see some type of reaction. And it has. It's got a couple, but they're being sold pretty hard, so I mean, I'm out of it. Got out of 10 micros. Still break even pretty much, but just de-risked. Just not seeing the price action I want to see. It's the only way to put it. So if it looks like ugly price action and maybe I went in with a little too much size, if I have the ability to get the hell out, I'm going to try to get the hell out of it. You know what I mean? Maybe made a mistake going in 15 micro. It just felt like it felt more comfortable for me to be in this with 5 micros than 15 with the price action I'm seeing. That's that. I don't know. I want to say longs are good, but it's just like if we're actually not finding buyers, there's nothing we can do about that. Right now, we're just not finding buyers anywhere. Every decent little 10, 15 point run is just getting shot down. I still have belief in the trade. I'm just not about to hold this shitty price action if I have a chance to get out of it without taking a loss, you know. But I'll hold the 5 and see. I mean, definitely had potential. Just shit out at 40, you know. Shit out at 40. '20s don't look good either. Don't worry about me, I'll be fine. I still would like to see us visit the highs of the range at some point. Maybe we see a new low first. Another test of the low. Yep, I'm glad I got out of it. This thing's just not finding any buyers. I wonder if we take 22s off this low day break. Well, on a good note, this will be a much smaller loss than it could have been because we were conscious of the fact that this price action just did not look confident or bullish. So if we do get stopped out, it's a much smaller loss than it could have been. Can't complain with that, right? You never sell? No, that's not the case. I'm just more bullish on this market than bearish at the moment. All right, we'll see if at some point we start to find buyers. Just bleeding down. 22 test is next. Broke through VWAP as well. I think we'll see it under 22. I don't know. Like if, yeah, I think we'll probably see it under 22. I think I'll wait. Snappy move down to 22. I think I prefer to see it in the 90s, 80s, 70s. Not a nice reaction at 22. Yeah. There's 97. This reminds me of like this exact structure reminds me of I think it was like last Friday. Yeah, last Friday. 97 current low. Yeah, I mean we'll see if this 22,000 level will hold. For real, bro. Are we bombing Iran or not? We need to know already. Still doesn't look great. Don't see any buyers here. Bound out, bound out. We might see 80s. Might see 80s here. See this low 92. We have support in the 80 70s. Maybe this can catch a buy off 80 70s. '90s. Market selling 91. No signs of life. No signs of life. Coming into the 80s now. Could be some attempt to try a retest of 22,000 here in the 80s, 90s. Might test 22s here. Felling at 22 as of now. Get a fresh break here. Next support's 80 70s. I might try to look for a bid there for a test of 22s. The structure we're forming here, the highs, I would like to see whatever sell move here, if we can start to find buyers, a retest of the structure. Okay, 87. See you roll like my tongue. So heavy. It's just so heavy. It just hits a low within a point. Just no buyers. 77. That's support on the 15-minute. I think if I'm patient here, I can get a high probability long setup. Trying to catch a low like this, my stop will kind of be... I just like to give myself at least 20 points here when I'm trying to catch a tight long entry for retracement play. So it'll be a 20-point stop if I can get a long on it. Still very bearish. Tight range. Congrats to all that caught the sells. No doubt. I don't know how many people did. I didn't see it. That's for sure. There's 75. Little wick of 75 back into the previous range in the 80s. I don't love it, 75. $72. Oh, that's a nice fight. That's a nice fight. That's a decent little play. That's a decent little play. New low, 70s. I would like to start trying to build a position in the 60s, and I'll stop it out if we bleed into the 40s.
Order filled.
I'll add another if I can on a new low.
Order filled.
I'm going to stop it in the 40s here. Looking to hold kind of support on the 15-minute, see if we can find some recovery into FOMC. $400 stop. I'm okay with that. Trying to catch the low here. Just looking for rebalance into the FOMC. I don't really see why this market would be selling off here. I think this is an overreaction that likely gets rebalanced. I like the odds of this play. 20 points of risk. I'm looking for 40, 50, 60 points of upside. High probability for me. I like it. Stop her from proving me wrong. Yeah, I see it, chat. This for me is a high probability along with pretty decent risk to reward, so I'm going to take it. That's hilarious. That's hilarious. No, that's hilarious. Yeah.
Order filled.
That's hilarious. That's comedic. See if it holds, baby, baby. If these markets don't hold 40s, yeah, dude, we're cooked. Totally cooked. It's Armageddon if this shit doesn't hold. Armageddon? Armageddon, lad. Armageddon if these markets don't hold, lad, here. I know y'all hate me. I know y'all do. I know y'all do. Needs to hold a pop. We haven't been able to hold a fucking pop since the open here. A decent pop, but like we don't hold it. It's nothing. Nothing at all. And at the moment, like we get 10, 15 point runs. That's not a problem. This market will give you 10, 15 points, but it doesn't give you much more than that before it just pulls it all the way back. This looks ugly, brother. Oof. I thought, man. I thought. Should have gotten out break even, I guess. I mean, that was a great move. Just didn't hold. All right, I'll wait for 20s to clear, I guess. I was okay trying a bounce play there. And maybe it still works, but tough. Just take 20s out, bruh. I don't know about 700, chat. I really don't. I think we probably bounce here. I just get my shit swept. It's typical, right? Try one more time. Oh. As much as I believe that it could, and this looks good, now it's back into the highs. It took me out, and I don't have to respect that, but I probably should. It's funny, I was in a gold trade like this yesterday. It took me out. Then I got back in, and it went. And that's probably the same setup. It's how it is sometimes, you know? It's just how it is. Yeah. I got swept by 1 point, and then this runs to the 60s. Typical, right? Hi, baby. Typical. 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 Man, those stops, man. Those stops. Those stops are fucking annoying. I'll tell you that much. Absolutely hate stop losses. Fucking hate them. More often than not, they kill me. More often than not, they kill me. There it is. There it goes. There it goes. Yeah. $15-minute flip screen on 76. There it is. Feel like that's it, right? That's an overreactive sell for no reason, and then price rebalances. There's 80s. Just played it too tight. I mean, I got in 60s, had a 20-point stop, which I feel like trying to catch a low with volume. I feel like 20 points, still pretty tight, but decent stop. Stops 41. It hits 40, bottom tick, and then runs to the 70s. That shit's tough. Tough, mate. Tough. There's 80s. That's frustrating. As fuck. Like 1 point. 1 point. Oh, that sucks. There goes 80s. Stop was the better entry. I mean, yeah, in hindsight it was. Fuck. No, I'm taking a breather. I'm fine. I mean, it's just frustrating. That shit is so frustrating. So frustrating. I don't know, chat. I mean, the fucking obvious play is to get long on a pullback, but that feels like FOMO at this point, right? So it's end of the equal high is 84. Probably see this in the 90s, and a reclaim at 22,000. There's your play, right? There's your play. And we couldn't take part in it for whatever the fuck reason. Oh my god. Disgusting. He goes vertical too, by the way. Vertical. Oh, that's so frustrating. So frustrating. There's 90s. Would have revenge traded? I probably would, bro. Oh, it's so frustrating when you have the, you know what I mean? God, fuck. It almost seems so, it's almost crazy how tight this market can take your stop and then on a dime reverse. Like on a dime. 1 point. Like what's 1 point in the grand scheme of things, right? Like nothing. But holy shit. You know what I mean? There's 20,000. 22,000, sorry. There you fucking have it. What do you mean news, Javier? Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Well, that run-up was insane, but I mean, it's at support on the hourly, and it sold off for no fucking reason. Why does NQ need to sell off into an FOMC that is not going to be a shocker to anybody? You know what I mean? This feels too high to enter on now, but it could just go vertical, really. This could go vertical all the way into 40s, 50s. Oh, I hate it. I hate losing a trade like that. 1 point. 1 point, 1 point, 1 point. Up 4K. Yeah, that doesn't matter. I should be up 5, 6K here. Let's sell. Don't sell this, chat. Don't sell this.
Came in thinking top dollar to that old cotton crop farmer. They knocked on his screen door and he said, Lord, what you need, boys?
What do you need, boys?
And they said, you know all the others went and cashed out. We got the subdivision all mapped out. It'll sit right here on this land. You could leave town a rich man. And he said, boys, whatever you're offering, it won't be enough. 'Cause I got a little girl that used to swing right there. I still see her pink bow in her brown hair. She's in the big city, but she still calls home. What's she gonna do if she comes back and we're gone? And over there under that white oak tree, beneath the cross is where my best buddy's buried. Lasted 13 hunting seasons running strong. Keep your money 'cause a man can't leave his
Yeah, it's all good, bro. I mean, it is what it is, right? I mean, by 1 point. Stop 41, stop hit 40. Bottom ticket, and this is 70 points higher now. And it's just vertical too, by the way.
One man smiled and he kind of looked away. The other said, before we go, I gotta know one thing. Between the droughts and the floods through all the years, what in the world got you through? How the hell
Yeah, it's crazy, man. Crazy. It will go down. I don't know, bro. This looks amazing. This looks amazing. I want to get long, but goddamn, I much prefer to be in at my fucking entry and just let it go. Just let it go. I wouldn't even cut any here. I'd let it go all the way to the 40s, 50s. That's what I would do. How'd you tell yourself to stop? Stop what?
Everything that is important to me is here.
Gotta be happy with $4,000 day, right? Fuck me, but like, fuck, dude. I should be up 80 points. I should be up 6, 7, 8 fucking K right now. That's, yeah, that's annoying. It's annoying. Getting 1 point, man. 1 point.
When did you get
That shit is so whack. So whack.
friends of yours?
I mean, damn.
Told you last
Like, damn.
before that. This land is not for sale.
Oh, fuck.
Only when I dead.
Fuck, man. What can you do?
Over there under that white oak tree, beside the cross where my best buddy's buried, lays a puppy posted up in the shade. That woman never could turn away astray. I guess that's why she said yes when I got down on one knee. Lord, long as all this is here, why the hell would I ever leave? You can't buy
You can chase? True. Let's chase.
kind of dirt cheap.
Let's just say for a second that we're not all looking forward to something all the time, and we could like look at the day and know that it's good enough and be content in that. I guess is what this song's about. Because I was looking forward to so much, and I wasn't looking at what was right in front of me.
Someday, make it there, I swear to that place that haunts my
Woo!
mind at night. Singing heavenly highway hymns all the way up to that beautiful
Crazy, man.
countryside.
1 point and then it runs 100 points.
Find the words to explain all the good times that echo through my mind. You'll grin in the mornings, a warm southern sun, or seeing double
Look at
windows
7, bro. Oh, Chad, I just don't feel like it's a good time for me to trade.
laughter is their drug, doing their best to toe that hard line. Someday I will lie under blue skies in a hayfield that holds me like home.
No. No, no, no.
Forgiveness with God as my witness for straying so far on
Oh,
my
goodness. I don't know, man. I just don't know.
own.
I only lost 20 points with 15 micros.
I'll hold my
That's all I lost.
head up high, knowing someday comes one day at a time. Today, as sunset sets soon as supper is warm. Today, I've got someday on my mind.
Lock out to FMC. I could. That's probably a smart thing to do, but that wouldn't be good for the stream, I don't think. Kind of would kill the stream if I can't trade.
Someday I'll call up all my old friends and we'll catch up with too many beers. Pulling all nighter, sitting around fire for the first time in so many years.
It is. I will say it's crazy how this thing runs 100 points, no damn pullback, after taking me out. No, there's a certain level of FOMO there, but you know I'm not gonna act on it. I'm just talking.
I will come to my
I would never act on it.
stop sitting on
Wink, wink,
fences
wink.
in fear.
Wink, wink, wink.
I will realize
No, I won't act on it.
all of this time that someday was
It's
always
crazy though. It's
right.
crazy.
Today, I'll hold my head up high, knowing someday has been here the whole damn time. There's a sunset setting, I ain't forgetting the blood that made my heart warm. Today, I found what I was searching for.
FOMC. Is that going to be streamed, or is that streamed later?
I sang heavenly highway hymns all the way up to this beautiful warm countryside. Someday I'll
Could today be one of those wild FOMC days where this thing just runs crazy? Off support at 22 on the hourly. Nice wick. We've been in this range for a while. I've been patiently waiting for a break to the upside. Could it be today? Could we see a wild breakout today? We're at neckline. Okay, so we get the interest rate decision in 5 minutes, which will be unchanged, I'm sure. Dude, markets are kind of set up on the hourly. You just have a crazy breakout into new highs. Wow, 40. Like, look at this on the hourly here. Chat. We fucked up, chat. We fucked up. We fucked up dropping the ball here. This is one of the hardest fumbles ever. This is just one of the hardest fumbles ever. On a real one. That's one of the hardest fumbles. Totally one of the hardest fumbles. One of the hardest fumbles! Ah! It almost seemed targeted towards me, huh? We get long here. Stops 41. That almost seems targeted, my man. Market was hunting my 15 micros. Damn it. Surprised you still have in phone mode. It's too fucking high for me at this point. Too high. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Sometimes it's like that, huh? Alright, markets are getting a little more volatile. All right, let's see what happens here. Top step levels indicator. Did they have that level marked out? Ooh, markets are hot. Oh, I need to size down if I'm gonna take a trade and widen the stop. Let's see. We get the decision here. I'm sure this thing pumps to new high day, which is up here in this 22 ones pretty much. Bow, 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 bow. Market's red hot. Holy shit, we're about to move. Let's wait. Oh, this thing feels like it's gonna fly. This thing feels like it's gonna fly. Let's see, dude. It's price is fucking teleporting. Be careful, everybody. Holy shit! Oh shit! 22.75. Oh fuck. Rates unchanged, I'm sure. Yeah, seems pretty neutral. This right here is gambling, unfortunately. Did you catch the moves? No, brother. I got stopped out by 1 point, and then this ran 150 points to the upside. Just wonderful, really. Trying to hold support at 22,000. Seems like a lot of people killed it, though. Hey, baby. You look great. Yeah, you did. We have supported 22,000. If you're gonna take it, you gotta stop it out under 22. That's the thing. The move here would be push back to 22,100, like a break into the new highs. See, we get a sweep at 22. Maybe. Come back again. This looks heavy for 22s to break. This could get fucking ugly. What do you say? Could get fucking ugly here. Or it just breaks and reclaims. Looks like it might. Still gotta fight another 50 points, 60 points. We've taken some liquidity under 22,000. Price action looks kind of bearish here. Just tight under 22. We'll see if it breaks back. Feels like it'll break to the downside. 97's the low. They're definitely doing a good job making it look very bearish with that massive hammer up in the 80s. I will say that. Previous support in the 80s. Do I want to try to take a buy on it? Do I want to try to take it? It would only be 5 micros. The ATR's through the fucking roof. Goodness. This doesn't look good at all. Like, at all? Holy shit. 30 points off low a day. Kind of caught a bit at 70s. Is that it? It's tricky right now. I'm not going to lie. I don't see anything clear. It's a deep, deep pullback into the 70s. Not to say you can't hold low a day, but the sentiment right now, as we see, it's very bearish, and haven't really seen something change there. 69, trying to catch a buy. We're getting 10-point jumps. Like, there's decent scalp opportunities to the long side. If you can reclaim 22s, it has a chance, right? I just gave you a quick 30 points. Trying to test 22s out. Wow, these markets, man. Look at that. I don't like that at all. These are scary, scary markets. Guys, size down, by the way. Otherwise, you'll get killed here. Killed. Gold looks interesting. Good shit. How volatile is gold here? Yeah, gold doesn't look bad. Interest rates changed. Even on the bounce, it didn't get totally killed. You're not wrong about gold. Do I want to try gold? Gold doesn't look bad. No, you're not wrong. I just don't know how dependent it's gonna be. Like, if NQ rallies, is gold, will gold shit out? I think we saw it here. I would like to be bullish on both. I'm not gonna touch gold. Good call out though. That doesn't look too bad. Okay, we're out above 22s now. I mean, yeah, NQ's curling. NQ's curling. Gold's not totally losing the move. Man, gold's just got a lot. It's just got a lot of resistance there to have to break out above. Even on NQ strength, though, it seems to be trying to hold. It's just got a lot of. It's got a lot of room to. Look, NQ and gold are moving. See, that's the shit I don't fuck with. That's disgusting. Like, gold's pulling back with NQ at the moment, and then when NQ rallies, gold dumps. It's tricky. Yeah, if you get in gold, it's for looking for a breakout trade out above 15.20. And it doesn't look bad. Hourly's still very fresh. I just don't want NQ's volatility to shoot gold down. It just can't hold, chat. It just can't hold. 409's an ugly pullback. Ugly pullback. I'm trying to figure out which market's bullish here. Right now I have no clue. Yeah. No, gold is, I mean, it's unfortunate. Why do I not stream on TikTok? Because this is YouTube. This is where the streaming belongs. TikTok, every time I go on there, I get banned, and then half the people don't even know what the hell they're talking about. So this is, if y'all actually want to see it, it's here on YouTube, you know? Half the time I'm streaming to idiot kids that have no clue what they're looking at. Yeah, gold steady looks disappointing. Steady looks disappointing. It's weak whenever NQ's strong, and it's weak whenever NQ's weak. It's just fucking difficult here with gold. NQ's got to cover about 80 points if it breaks out above 22. I would like to believe gold could do something, but goodness, the pullback's off Off the highs just gets so ugly. Gold's just above the opening price. Just above the opening price. If any market's set up to break out, it's gold. There's no doubt about it. Maybe it gets the buy at 408. Power talks in 15, yes sir. Same gibberish as always, I'm sure.
Her hands wrapped up in mine, tears rolling out of her eyes. No messing with a made-up mind. Sun setting on goodbye. Yeah, it's hard to believe it wasn't me trying to leave this town. It ain't always a
I mean, you can't say this market's just not so neutral right now at the moment. This is pre-FOMC, post-FOMC. Just right in the middle, just totally rebalanced. Now we wait. We wait for some type of break. Maybe gold will go. Maybe gold will go, damn it. What do y'all think? Bro, I genuinely can't fucking tell with gold right now. I mean, it doesn't look bad. Consolidating, higher lows. As long as it holds 408. But if 408 doesn't hold, this thing's fucking done. That's the issue. And it's notoriously been pulling off this 415 level the past couple of sessions. And if NQ breaks out, could be bad for gold. All right, NQ trying to break to the upside, 30s. Searching for something. I mean, that's just totally neutral. It's just, I mean, there's just nothing there. It's totally neutral price action. I can't say I have a fucking clue right now. You might get a trend line break here. But what's the odds on FOMC days like this price usually get bull or bear rallies? I think it's more often than not you get a bull rally on FOMC. Gold is snappy. Snappy. Okay, NQ testing 22s. Neon. Ain't got a clue, buddy. This doesn't look like it wants to get caught. I do know that much. Look, see that this is the thing, man. Gold is even coming low. Like they're following each other. You don't usually see that. You don't usually see that. Gold's gonna break 408 here. Yeah, they're following each other to a T. To a T. To a T, my man. There's a range within here. We could try to take it long, but gold into the low 400s looks sketchy. Look at this NQ bounce off the 90s. With Dustin on board. Gold holding 408. Why can't I limit buy? They're following each other, chat. AQ and gold are following each other to a T, man. To a T. 89 catches the bid back to 22. I'm not opposed to trying gold long. I would stop it out under 34s. See if we can break through the 15s. Can we get a fill here on it? Probably. Maybe. These two are linked. These two are linked up. All right, I'm gonna stop it out under 400s if it doesn't hold. Give it some room. See if it can push into the highs on the hourly. We'll see. Needs to show some independence from NQ for real. Needs to show some independence from NQ for real. As soon as we get in, takes 405. Right now they're trading together. There's no doubt about it. This wick gets caught. This low gets caught. They're together at the moment. Dude, we might as well be long in Q. Only thing is, I'm saying NQ had a hell of a stronger bounce than gold did. So that's the thing. When NQ sells, gold sells. When NQ bounces, gold kind of reacts, but it's nowhere near matching the strength of NQ's bounce. I don't like that. Don't like that. It's just not even matching the strength at all. So you get all the cons of trading alongside NQ, but none of the pros. That's fucking awesome. As soon as I get in, they don't want to trade together. Wow, NQ, hell of a rally. Hell of a rally. All right, we'll pull Jerome Powell up here. Okay. All right, we got Powell pulled up when he's ready. 230. Trying to figure out how are these two linked? Like gold, they trade together with some moves. Some moves are opposite. Like now, NQ selling, gold's pushing. They were trading together for a good bit there. Now it seems like they're not. But nice mustache. Thank you, dude. I'm trying to grow it out. I can't grow the beard, so I'm trying. It's filling out. I'm not gonna lie. It's filling out. Hey, sweetie, what you want to do today? Oh my god, you should make those hoodies.
Work on the hoodies.
Yeah.
Organize all that stuff out there.
Yeah. What stuff? Yeah. You should do that. You should do that. Hell yeah. You can come up here. No. Put a hoodie on then. Okay. Where what at? Like the ones we bought?
The ones that have your thing.
We only have a couple of them. I think they're in the laundry. This gold trade might fucking cook, chat. Might cook. I'm fairly confident this gold trade will cook. Just needs to push through 15s. But looks good. Higher lows, higher lows, higher lows. Nice consolidation near the highs. Just try to play the break, right? NQ, I don't know what the fuck NQ needs to do. NQ can do whatever the hell it wants, as long as it doesn't impact my gold trade. There she is. I should have had you grab me a water.
You want one?
Yeah, you don't have to.
There's one right here.
Yeah, dude, you should make those hoodies. And then we can do a photo shoot. Willow, absolutely not. Yes, thank you, 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 thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Why is this half drinking? I don't want that.
That's yours.
That was mine.
Yeah, that was yours from last night. You never finished it.
afternoon.
Oh,
My colleagues and I remain squarely focused on achieving our dual mandate goals of maximum employment and stable prices for the benefit of the American people. Despite elevated uncertainty, the economy is in a solid position. The unemployment rate remains low, and the labor market is at or near maximum employment. Inflation has come down a great
this
deal,
is the guy who's in
but
charge of
running
interest
somewhat
rates.
above our 2% longer run objective.
Like interest rates.
In support of
like,
our goals, today the Federal
Housing.
Like,
Open Market
yeah,
Committee
car
decided
loans,
to leave
like
our policy
mortgages.
interest rate unchanged.
He
We
controls
believe
this.
that the current stance of monetary policy leaves us well positioned to respond in a timely way to potential
Are they
economic
good or bad right
developments.
now?
Unchanged.
I'll have more to say about monetary policy.
I don't know what they're at
briefly
right now.
Reviewing economic developments.
We have to
Following
listen to
growth
him
of
though,
2.5% last
because he
year,
affects the market.
GDP was reported to have edged down in the first quarter, reflecting swings in net exports that were driven by businesses bringing in imports ahead of potential tariffs. This unusual swing has complicated GDP measurement. Private domestic final purchases, or PDFP as we call them, which excludes net exports, inventory investment, and government spending, grew at a solid 2.5% rate. Within PDFP, growth of consumer spending moderated, while investment in equipment and intangibles rebounded from weakness in the fourth quarter.
Can y'all hear? Here, I'll turn it up.
Surveys of households and businesses, however, report a decline in sentiment over recent months,
I
and
just gotta
elevated
listen to him.
uncertainty
He's just
about the
yapping.
economic
No, you're
outlook,
fine.
largely reflecting trade policy concerns. It remains to be seen how these developments might affect future spending and investment. In our summary of economic projections, the median participant projects GDP to rise 1.4% this year and 1.6% next year, somewhat slower than projected in March.
This is the hourly that
In the
you're
labor
looking to break
market,
out of here on
conditions have
gold.
remained
If
solid.
we get some type of
Payroll
push.
job gains averaged
But
135,000
of course,
per
NQ
month
always
over
seems to be
past 3 months.
the
unemployment rate,
the
at
favorite child here
4.2%,
when it comes to
remains
Powell
low
speaking.
and has stayed in a narrow range for the past year. Wage growth has
I haven't really paid a lot of
continued to
attention to how
moderate
gold
while
reacts in the
still
past to when he
outpacing
talks, but
inflation.
I like that
Overall,
setup. So
a wide set of indicators suggests that conditions in the labor market are broadly in balance and consistent with maximum employment. The labor market is not a source of significant inflationary pressures. The median projection for the unemployment rate in the SEP is 4.5% at the end of this year and next, a bit higher than projected in March. Inflation has eased significantly from its highs in mid-2022, but remains somewhat elevated relative to our 2% longer run goal.
you need help moving them?
Estimates based on the Consumer Price Index and other
When is your
data
stuff coming? You
indicate
can't
that
check?
total PCE prices
Should've gotten
rose
the tracking on 'em.
2.3% over the 12 months ending in May. And then,
You
excluding
don't have an
the
email
volatile
from them?
food and energy
No, I do, but
categories,
it hasn't, like,
core
moved yet.
PCE prices rose 2.6%.
I think it'll be here in,
Near-term
like, 2 or
measures
3
of
days.
inflation
But we'll
expectations
see.
have moved
Yeah.
up over recent months, as reflected in both market and survey-based measures. Respondents to surveys of
This
consumers,
seems like just
businesses, and
blind
professional
buying Q and
forecasters
just trust that
point to
FOMC
tariffs
pumps.
as the driving factor.
Seems
Beyond
simple
the
enough.
next year or so, however, most measures of longer-term expectations remain consistent with our 2% inflation goal. The median projection in the SEP for total PCE inflation this year is 3%, somewhat higher than projected in March. The median inflation projection falls to 2.4% in 2026 and 2.1% in 2027. Our monetary policy actions are guided by our dual mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. At today's meeting, the committee decided to maintain the target range for the federal funds rate at 4.25% to 4.5% and to continue reducing the size of our balance sheet. We will continue to determine the appropriate stance of monetary policy based on the incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks. Changes to trade, immigration, fiscal, and regulatory policies continue to evolve, and their effects on the economy remain uncertain. The effects of tariffs will depend, among other things, on their ultimate level. Expectations of that level, and thus of the related economic effects, reached
We're
a
gonna do it a
peak
drawdown,
level
what'd it
and
do?
have since declined. Even so,
5 micros. 5
increases in
micros.
tariffs this year are likely to push up
Well,
prices
NQ's
and
rallying
weigh on
gold's
economic activity.
at the moment kind of
The
holding.
effects on inflation could be short-lived, reflecting a one-time shift in the price level.
Never mind.
It's also
Oh, shit.
possible that the inflationary effects could instead be more persistent. Avoiding that outcome will depend
What did he
on
just
the size of
say?
the tariff effects,
What did he just
on how long
say?
it takes for them to pass through fully into prices,
NQ
and
is selling
ultimately
it
on
off.
keeping
Holy
longer-term
hell.
inflation expectations well anchored. Our
Dude,
obligation
did
is
he
to
just say
keep
something I
longer-term
missed?
inflation expectations well anchored and to prevent a one-time increase in the price level from becoming an ongoing
70
inflation
points.
problem. As we act to meet that obligation, we will balance our maximum employment and price stability mandates, keeping in mind that without price stability, we cannot achieve the long periods of strong labor market conditions that benefit all Americans.
Gold's doing fuck all
We
right
may
now.
find ourselves in the challenging scenario in
Fuck
which
all.
our dual mandate goals are in tension. If that were to occur, we would consider how far the economy is from each goal and the potentially different time horizons over which those respective gaps would be anticipated to close. For the time being, we are well positioned to wait to learn more about the likely course of the economy before considering any adjustments to our policy stance. In our SEP, FOMC participants wrote down their individual assessments of an appropriate path for the federal funds rate based on what each participant judges to be the most likely scenario going forward. The median participant projects that the appropriate level of the federal funds rate will be 3.9% at the end of this year, the same as projected in March. The median projection declines to 3.6% at the end of next year and to 3.4% at the end of 2027, a little higher than the March projection. These individual forecasts are always subject to uncertainty, and as I've noted, uncertainty is unusually elevated. And of course, these projections are not a committee plan or decision. At this meeting, the committee continued its discussions as part of our 5-year review of our monetary policy framework.
I think Gold's got
We
really good
focused
setup
on
to break
issues
out.
related to assessing the risks and uncertainties that are relevant for monetary policy and the
You may
potential
help your girl.
implications for policy, strategy, and communications. Our review includes outreach and public events involving a wide range of parties, including Fed Listens events around the country and a research conference that we held last month. We are open to new ideas and critical feedback, and we will take on board lessons of the last 5 years in determining our findings. We intend to wrap up any modifications to our statement on longer-run goals and monetary policy strategy by late summer. After that, we will consider enhancements to our suite of communications tools, including the SEP. The Fed has been assigned 2 goals for monetary policy: maximum employment and stable prices. We remain committed to supporting maximum employment, bringing inflation sustainably to our 2% goal, and keeping longer-term inflation expectations well anchored. Our success in delivering on these goals matters to all Americans. We understand that our actions affect communities, families, and businesses across the country. Everything we do is in service to our public mission, and we at the Fed will do everything we can to achieve our maximum employment and price stability goals. Thank you. I look forward to your questions.
Colby.
Thank you. Colby Smith with the New York Times. To what extent has the more limited impact from tariffs at this stage on inflation changed your view on what the ultimate economic fallout will be from these policies and the timing of when they will materialize in the data?
So we've had 3 months of favorable inflation readings since the high readings of January and February, and that's, of course, highly welcome
Look at
news.
a girl.
Part of that just is that services, core services, both housing services and non-housing services,
girl gonna
have
make all
really
my
been
hoodies.
grinding down toward
Those are
levels that
nice.
are consistent with 2% inflation. So that's the good
Those are
news.
so nice.
We've had
I think a navy blue would look good.
goods inflation just moving up a bit.
Yeah,
and of
you can
course we
use one or
expect,
two
as
if you want.
as
You can
point
keep
out,
one.
We do expect to see more of that
You can
over the
definitely
course
keep
of
one.
the summer. It takes some time for tariffs to work their
White.
way through
I
the
think
chain of
white on
distribution
navy.
to the end
I
consumer.
mean, what other color, you know?
A good example of that would be
I think
goods
white's
being sold
usually
at
the best.
retailers today may have been imported several months ago
Usually the best.
before tariffs were imposed. So we're beginning to see some effects, and we do expect to see more of them over coming months. We do also see price increases in some of
You
the
don't have room?
relevant categories like personal computers and audiovisual equipment and things like that
Where?
that are attributable to tariff increases. In addition, we look at surveys
put it
of
on the couch or
businesses,
something?
and there are many of those, and you do see a range of things, but many companies do expect to put
What are you
all
thinking about?
or some or all of the effective tariffs through to the next person in the chain, and ultimately to the consumer. Today, the amount of these, the amount
Do
of the
it
tariff
now.
effects, the size of the tariff effects, their duration and the time it will take are all highly uncertain. So that is why we think the appropriate thing to do is to hold where we are as we learn more. And we think our policy stance is in a good place where we're well positioned to react to incoming developments.
So in terms of how we should interpret the rate cuts penciled into the SEP, is this
No, I'm good. I'm
reflecting
not hungry.
that, there's this expectation that underlying inflation will just stay well enough contained that allows the committee to eventually move ahead with those cuts? Or is it about, responding to a deterioration in economic activity, let's say? I mean, how should we make sense of the forecast?
So if you look at the forecast, you will see that people do generally expect inflation to move up and then to come back down. But we can't just assume that. Of course, we don't know that. And
Is
our
buying gold on
job is to
FOMC
make
just
sure- one of our
doomed?
jobs is
Seems
to
like a
make sure that
doomed thing to
one-time
do.
increase
Totally,
in inflation
totally
doesn't turn
doomed.
into an inflation problem. And that, again, that will depend on the size of the effects, how long it takes for them to come in, and ultimately on keeping inflation expectations.
Order
anchored.
filled.
I added to the gold trade. I like the recovery off 403. Make or break right here, kind of.
And thanks, Chair Powell. Howard Schneider with Reuters. If you look at the rate path starting in December to today and adjusted over the full time horizon you've got there, you've taken about a quarter point per year out of your projected path, and you end at a higher rate at 2027 than you would have in the prior forecast. Is that a result of a sense?
I want to see this push
tariffs
410 right
related to
now.
More persistent inflation. Is it a
Gold seems
result
just like
of
a
the
doomed
assessments
thing to
of
trade
rates
on
with the
FOMC. I want to see
neutral rate?
410
Is it-
push right
why
now.
do you want a slower path now?
Definitely.
I would focus most on the
NQ's
on the
breaking
nearer term
higher.
I think as you get out to
Everything's getting bought on NQ.
later years.
Little
it's
hesitant
hard
here.
for
I
everybody
think
to
it
know
really
where the
starts to break
economy's
away through
going.
the
You didn't
highs.
see people moving their longer term, estimate of
That
the
could
neutral rate,
stall the
for
gold
example,
trade out.
at this meeting. So, and those things are probably slow moving. So I think if you look at what's happening here since March, this is since March, right? You see a little slower growth, just a tiny tick up, a 1/10 tick up in unemployment, and you see inflation moving up 0.3. And by the way, it was a similar move from the December SEP to the March. So that's what you see. You see the effects of tariffs. I think we learned in April, after the March meeting, that substantially higher tariffs were likely. And then since then, the estimates of where the tariffs will be have actually moved back down, although still at an elevated level. So we're adapting in real time. And what you see is an accumulation of individual assessments.
You say in the statement that risks have diminished on that front, but the July 9th, drop dead date for all the Liberation Day tariffs is still out there and unresolved. You've got now exchange of missiles between two Middle East adversaries with a possible U.S. involvement. How can you justify saying that risks have diminished?
So what we said was that uncertainty uncertainty about the economic outlook has diminished but remains elevated. Many surveys say that. They do. So, and that's actually a line from the Teal book, which you can see in 5 years. Remember to check that.
Maybe the war will be over.
No, but if you think about it, tariff uncertainty really peaked in April, and since then has come down. And that's really what that's just acknowledging. It's diminished, but still elevated. That it's uncertainty. So I think that's an accurate statement.
Thank you. Chris Rugaber at Associated Press. There is an argument out there in favor of cutting rates more immediately. Inflation has continued to cool and is back to roughly 2% despite the tariffs. And I guess I also wanted to ask about cracks in the job market with gross hiring slowing, concentrated in just a few industries. We've seen some housing data.
It
including this
really
morning,
seems
that
like
have been
metals are
pretty
just
weak.
not to be touched during
Do you
FOMC,
see
man.
any
I'm learning.
Concerns that
This
the
thing
economy
hasn't
is
moved at
weakening and
all?
there's a reason to cut rates going forward.
So we do, of course, monitor all those things. I think if
At
you look
all?
at the overall picture, you know, what you're seeing is 4.2% unemployment and an economy that's growing at a rate hard to know given the unusual flows in the first quarter, but it appears to be 1.5%, 2%, maybe a little better than that. Sentiment has come up off of its very low levels. It's still depressed. So, you know, you can point to things. The housing market is a longer run problem and also a short run problem.
Wrong
I don't think
market.
it's
Definitely wrong
indicative
market.
Of,
Just
I mean,
can't find
basically
anything.
the situations we have
Cannot
a
find
longer run
anything.
shortage of housing, and we also have high rates right now. I think the best thing we can do for the housing market is to restore price stability in a sustainable way and create a strong labor market, and that's the best thing we can do for the housing market. You asked about the job market. Again, look at labor force participation, look at wages, look at job creation. They're all at healthy levels now. I would say you can see perhaps a very, very slow continued cooling, but nothing that's troubling at this time. But you know, we watch it very, very carefully. So overall, again, the current stance of monetary policy leaves us well positioned to respond in a timely way to economic developments, and for now, and we'll be watching the data carefully.
Well, just quickly on, given that, you know, there are concerns inflation will rise, but there is the alternate scenario that
Gold doesn't
tariffs
look good
would
here, man.
create demand
At
destruction
all.
and slow growth sufficiently, and that would
all.
perhaps
Looks
keep a bit of a
horrible.
lid on inflation. Do you see odds of that scenario?
Every time
What
NQ
kind of
dips,
odds do
gold
you see of that
dips.
scenario
Every
coming
time
true,
NQ
and how
rallies,
many months
gold
of cool
just
inflation
doesn't really
would you
rally.
need to see
It
before
is
concluding
only
that
dipping when NQ
maybe
dips.
that lower inflation scenario is taking place?
So this is very much the conversation we had today
thing's
and yesterday.
dead,
There are
totally
many
dead.
different scenarios, many combinations
Totally
of
dead.
scenarios where inflation does or doesn't prove out
I mean, this
to be
is
at the
fucking
levels we think,
disgusting.
and
Price
where the
action.
labor market does or doesn't soften. And I think what you see people doing is
Just horrible.
looking
Like, if this
ahead
doesn't
at
start
a
to
time
show
of
something
very high
here.
uncertainty and writing down what they think the most likely case is. No one holds these rate paths with a great deal of conviction, and everyone would agree that they're all going to be data dependent, and that you can make a case for any of the rate paths. I
This
think
looks like it's gonna
that you see in the
snap
S&P.
400s.
And you know, we do this once a quarter. It's a hard thing to do at this, particularly at this time, but it does reflect. You know, if you see somebody writing down a rate path that involves cuts, that's them saying, yes, I think we will get to a place, more likely than not, where cuts will be appropriate, and it could be a joint probability of a number of possible outcomes. Again, remember how much uncertainty we face, though.
Gold, ugh. Never trading gold during
Mr. Chair, I wonder if
FOMC
you
again,
could
right?
Describe for us some of those scenarios. How do you get to a place? I'm noticing that the uncertainty levels in your forecasts are very high. How do you get to a place where you have the confidence in the outlook for, say, inflation and/or growth?
Like, how do you rationalize trading gold during
How many months
FOMC
does
after
it
this?
take, and What
Ugh.
do you want to see in the
This
data
thing
to
is
get to that
horrible.
level of confidence to actually reduce rates off the restrictive level?
So it's very, very hard to say.
400s definitely looks like it's about to get taken out.
It could come quickly. It could not.
Probably get saved in the 90s, but who
As long as
knows?
the economy is
This
solid,
looks
as long
like
as we're
shit.
seeing the kind of
Utter shit.
labor market that we have and reasonably decent growth and inflation moving down, we feel like the right thing to do is to be where we are, where our policy stance is, and just learn more. And in particular, we feel like we're going to learn a great deal more over the summer
horrible,
on
man.
tariffs. We hadn't expected them to show up
Order
much
filled.
by now, and they haven't. And we will
I
see
mean,
whether to
God
the extent to which
damn.
they do over coming months. And I think that's going
Just
to
taking
inform.
I'm just giving back
our thinking
profits today. I
for
don't
one thing.
like.
In
I
addition,
don't
we'll
like
see how
doing
the labor
that.
market progresses. So, at some point, it will become clear. I can't
That's
tell you
horrible.
exactly when
That's
that will
sad.
be. And you know, meanwhile,
NQ
we'll be
had a
watching-
decent little
watching
setup,
the labor
man,
market
but-
very carefully for signs of weakness and strength. And
What the fuck?
tariffs for
What was
signs
that?
of what's going to happen there. And of course, there are many developments ahead. You know, even in the near term, developments are expected on tariffs. So I think we don't yet know with any confidence where they will settle out. We have an estimate, and it's a pretty
Very
I think
choppy
all
day. This
estimates
is
are
probably
now
killing a
pretty
lot of.
close
Yeah, no
together.
doubt. It probably is
But
blowing up a
it's,
lot of
yeah,
people.
highly uncertain.
Shit is
When you
very
say
choppy.
estimate
Very
of the
choppy.
impact of tariffs on the core PCE, is that what it is? And could you
Well,
share
what
that?
Yeah, what you start with is what's the effective tariff rate overall, and people are managing to that. But you know, the pass-through of tariffs to consumer price inflation is a whole process that's very uncertain. You know, as you know, there are many parties in that chain. There's the manufacturer the exporter, the importer, the retailer, and the consumer. And each one of those is going to be trying not to be the one to pay for the tariff. But together, they will all pay for it together, or maybe one party will pay it all. But that process is very hard to predict.
Yeah, it has, man. I understood, right?
But and I think we have to be humble about our
damn.
ability
It
to
looks so
forecast it. So that's
good
why
for
we
a
need to
break.
see some actual data.
And
test
this
that.
to me was
To
all
make
just
better
a
decisions,
little
we'd
pullback
like to
for
get
another
some more
test
data.
of it,
And
but it
again,
just didn't hold.
anytime we can do that,
And it
because
really
the
hasn't been
economy
holding
remains
any
in solid
moves.
condition.
22 is breaking on NQ.
Nick Tamaros of the Wall Street Journal. Chair Powell, I guess I'm wondering if you could explain a little bit more the divergence we see in the dot plot, particularly around the 2025 rate projections. I realize this is, you have one group of officials that are putting down no cuts, another that are putting down more than one. And again, recognizing that could be difficult to summarize, but is it a matter of people having a different outlook or a different reaction function, a different commitment to defending against another inflation mistake? How did that play out over the last 2 days?
So you're right. This is often the case. We have a pretty healthy diversity of views on the committee. We did have strong support for today's decision and broad agreement that our policy stance does leave us in a good
Might take
place.
low a day,
But I would
37.
point to two factors, and you mentioned them. The first is just that parties have a diversity of forecasts, and they do align with where their dots are. So if you have a higher
Yeah, I'm
inflation
learning that
forecast,
gold
you're
is
going to
just
be
a
less
fucking pain in
likely
the
to be
ass.
writing down,
It really is.
you know,
This thing
more-
doesn't
more
move unless
cuts.
it's like overnight.
But remember, as we see more data, we're going to
Pain
learn
in the
more about where
ass.
inflation is headed, and that means when it is time to look at resuming our normalization process, the differences you see should be smaller because we'll have seen actual data. Right now, it's just a forecast in a very foggy time. So that's the first part, is forecast. Secondly, people can look at the same data and they can evaluate the risks differently, as you know. And that includes, the risk of higher inflation, the risk that it'll be more persistent, the risk that the labor market will weaken. People are going to have different assessments of that risk. So that you put that in there too. So those are the two ways that the two things I think that drive these things. Remember though, as I mentioned earlier, with uncertainty as elevated as it is, no one holds these rate paths with a lot of conviction. So that's really where it is. It's a function of those things, and I think as the data come in, you should see those differences diminish.
If I could follow up, you've said the policy is in a good place and that it's modestly restrictive. Given all the uncertainty you just talked about, tariff levels, uncertainty around the pass-through, is it price increases versus margin compression, some of the softness that Chris talked about in labor and housing, why wouldn't it be better to have rates at a more neutral setting as the economy heads into this period of very high uncertainty?
So if you just look backward at the data, that's what you would say, but that's not. We have to be forward-looking, and the thing that every forecaster, every outside forecaster, and the Fed is saying is that we expect a meaningful amount of inflation to arrive in coming months, and we have to take that into account. So I think a backward-looking look would
Well,
lead
into
you
these
to a
recent
neutral
lows in the
stance, but
70s.
We can't. We have to look at that, and because the economy is still solid, we can take the time to actually see what's going to happen. There's a range of possibilities on how large the inflation effects and the other effects are going to be. So we'll make smarter and better decisions if we just wait a couple of months or however long it takes to get a sense of really what is going to be the pass-through of inflation and what's going to be the effects
Taking
on
the
spending and
lows,
on
taking the
hiring
lows,
and all those things.
low day 40s. We might see a break. This doesn't look good.
Michael McKee
It's
from
very heavy.
Bloomberg Radio and Television. Your friend down at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue continues to lob insults.
break 30
in your
points
direction.
lower?
And I'm wondering, given now that the Supreme Court has maybe carved out the Fed from some of the legal implications of that, whether this is just noise that the markets and everybody should ignore until your term is up, or whether you worry that it could lead to more pressure on confidence on Wall Street.
So where you'd want to see it
on
hold a
consumers
new low
about
if we're going
the,
to stay above
outlook
low
for
a
the
day,
economy.
94,
Look,
940.
From my standpoint, it's not complicated. What everyone on the FOMC wants is a good, solid American economy with strong labor market and price stability. That's what we want. We think our policy is well positioned right now to deliver that, and to be able to respond in a timely way as the data lead us around. The economy's been resilient, and part of that is our stance.
Yeah, this low needs to hold if
again,
we're
we
not
think
going to
we're-
sell through
we're in a
low
good
day here.
place on that, to
Doesn't look
respond to
great.
significant economic developments. That's what matters. That is what matters to us. Pretty much that's all that matters to us.
I need to ask, assuming you are not reappointed, would you stay on as governor when your term as chair ends?
I'm not thinking about that. I'm thinking about this.
Andrew.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I guess with workplace raids increasing, picking up significantly, what kind of effect would that have on the labor market
Sorry,
in the short
with
term?
what picking up?
Workplace raids.
So you're asking immigration?
Yeah.
You know, I wouldn't want to speculate. One way to get at that from an economic standpoint.
You think gold would have had something, man? Gold's shitting out right here when NQ just dumped 100 points. This
What
is
you see is
crazy.
an unemployment rate that has been
Did you
really
eat, girl?
solid and at a low level.
Are you
not
gonna do it
really
now?
increasing. It's been in a good range and well within the range of mainstream estimates
You really
of
are?
maximum employment. And that means, like, part of
I'm
that
right
is
here.
that labor demand and labor supply are kind of moving down at the same
Yeah,
rate.
gold
Labor
not
demand
holding a
is
fucking
softening.
bid
You
whenever
see
we
that
have
in job
NQs doing
creation,
this. It's
but
just
still kind of at a healthy level.
fucking
And labor
crazy.
supply
It's fucking
is,
wild.
is diminishing because the
Crazy.
immigration numbers that we see are much lower than they were. So those
We're
two
gonna take low a
factors,
day at
supply and
940
demand,
here.
That's what has kept
By the way.
the unemployment rate in a reasonably stable place.
Here's new lows.
The other thing I wanted to follow up on is if you could elaborate on the potential changes. to
Yeah,
the
gold not
SEP
doing
that you
anything when
suggested were part of
NQ
the
just dumped
framework review,
120
I think.
points is
So the framework review really
scammy
has
to say the least.
two tracks, right? The first track is our policy framework that
New
that is
low day.
reflected in the consensus statement.
We're into a new low
And
day.
we've said that we would finish that and announce it by the end of the summer. So we're well along in that process. We've had the meetings that we need to have, and we're now going to be going into, into discussions about, specific changes to language. So that's the framework part of it. The second part of it is our communications tools and practices. Pardon me. And that part
Just
comes
under
next.
low a day here.
Okay, that's
10
what we're going
points
to do
under
in the
low a
meetings
day.
this fall. Actually, what we did at this meeting, though, is we sort of prepared the ground for that. We had a meeting where we
900s
talked at
may
a high
break
level
here.
about a number of ideas. The SCP is
I'm not
part
stepping
of it.
in yet.
Many other ideas. It's sort of how do we think our communications
Next low is
can be
870.
improved? There are a number of ideas. People offered a really, it was a great conversation. Number of ideas, but we're going to look at those with staff briefing and a lot of thought in the fall. And I would say when it comes to changing communications, I would only support things really that only implement things that have very broad support.
We're
And
gonna lose
also, you wanna be
900s on
really
NQ.
careful because
Dude,
I think our
today's
communications are
tough
pretty
day.
well
I'm sure a
received.
lot of
They're
people are
not broken.
struggling today.
So more is not necessarily better, but better is better. So we're going to be looking at ways to do things that will improve the clarity of what we do. For
Next
the
support's
benefit of the public.
860.
Thanks, Chair Powell. Kelly O'Grady, CBS News. You're famously known as the guy that makes decision based
Looks
on
horrible.
data.
Looks
instead of
horrible. There's
speculation.
9, there's
You said today
890s.
and the inflation data is in a good place. We don't know how tariffs are going to impact prices going forward.
Just so
That's
weak.
uncertain. But I've gotta
890s.
go back to
Everything's
the
just
last
been
time
so
you
weak
cut rates
today.
in December, and there was still the what if of tariffs. So what made you
There's
feel
91.
comfortable cutting then when inflation
Next
was
low is
higher
860.
than where it is today, and you didn't cut today?
Well, the forecast for inflation in December
30-point
was,
bounce like nothing, like butter. Like
2.5.
butter.
Core PCE for 2020.
Willow,
forecast
out.
was 2.5%, which is a good inflation forecast. I think what we've learned is that, and this was long before
It's
we
hard to
had an
just
idea of
shrug that
what the
off.
actual policies would be. We've learned that the tariffs are going to be substantially larger than forecasters generally thought, and we don't, our forecasts are generally not particularly different from those of other.
Meanwhile, gold's not doing
well-resourced,
fuck. Gold's still selling, even
forecasting
though NQ's
operations.
dumping
So
like a bitch.
what we
That's
learned,
crazy.
and particularly in April, was that
Gold
very
trade should have
substantially
worked on
larger
paper.
tariffs
I
were
don't know why
coming,
the hell
and
gold's
that
not
would mean
catching a
higher
buy
inflation.
when
That's what
NQ
happened.
is
And so
selling.
now you saw 2.5% forecast.
But what is
in
catching a
December.
buy
You
in this
saw,
market?
2.8% in March, and you see 3.1% now. So
What
that's
market
6
is up
months
right
higher
now?
Inflation for 2025.
If not
and
gold.
That's a big part of the change, and that's due to the effects of of the tariffs that are, we don't know where they're going to land, but it's pretty apparent they're going to land higher than outside forecasters were really guessing at the end of last year.
My follow-up to that, I think consumers, right, we're looking for relief on rates when it comes to mortgages, car loans, small businesses want to take out more manageable loans. When you look at the cumulative inflation over the past 5 years, prices have risen over 20%. It's been a rough road. So what is the tipping point then for the wait and see approach in terms of how much it's
860 is
going
your
to
next
help
low.
versus when it hurts
88's
the American
catching some
consumer?
buyers.
Well, I mean, we're trying to
Rush
restore price.
hourly.
The best thing we can do for the public that we serve is restore price stability. If we can, and we will, restore price stability, meaning 2% inflation.
I'm very
on a
interested in
durable,
this.
sustainable basis.
Gold may
That,
very well
and
break
also
support
maximum
here.
employment. If we restore those
If
things,
it does, I'll be
that's the
I'll
best
be a
thing,
dip
and
buyer
that
on
is
it.
our goal. The best thing we can do for the American people.
Because gold really
for
should be a market that's
households
up
and
right now. If it
businesses,
needs to
that
take
is
liquidity
the
to
ultimate
go
thing
up,
that we
okay,
can deliver.
fine.
And they can make their decisions without having to think about inflation.
You know what
all
I
the
mean?
time. So in the meantime, we have to keep rates high to get inflation all
Like
the way
this is
down.
a market
They're
that
not
should
very
be
high,
up.
let's
If
be
we
honest.
could get a liquidity
I would
sweep, I'll
say
get long on it.
policy is modestly or moderately, probably modestly now.
Just to
restrictive.
see if
Look
it
at the
holds.
economy,
Like a
it's not
break and
performing as
retest
though
of
it were performing
80s.
under very strict monetary policy.
Then I would get
very
long on
restrictive
it.
monetary policy. So I would say
Especially
probably
if Vinky's
modestly
selling,
restrictive.
but gold's coming down
And
too.
so what it will take is
Oh,
confidence
this
that
market should be
inflation is
green.
coming down. Now, I would say without tariffs, that confidence would be building because if you see what's happening with
can we get another 10
non-housing
points?
services
Can we
and
get
housing
into the
services,
80s?
which are the other two big pieces other than goods, those are coming down really nicely now. So I think we have to learn a little more about tariffs. I don't know what the right way for us to react will be. I
Can
think
we
it's
get
hard
into
to
the
know
80s?
with any confidence how we should react until we see really the size of the effect.
I'm staying out of gold.
Then
I'll
we can
get
start to
gold
make
if we
better
break into a new
judgments.
low. I'll
That's
start
what we're
buying it in the
doing, and I think
70s.
we can take the time to do that because unemployment is 4.2%. Wages are moving up. Real wages.
I'll
are moving
get
up
into it at the
a
next
healthy
support.
clip now, and inflation is 2.3%.
That's still a lot
headline
of bullish
inflation
consolidation.
over 12
Even if it
months.
doesn't
So
hold and it
it's a
does
good
take the
economy,
sell side,
and a solid economy with decent
that
growth.
is still some solid bullish consolidation. Even if it needs to manipulate under and then reclaim the
So
range.
you're saying that uncertainty has come down, the economy's moving at a solid pace.
It depends how
inflation
NQ
has come down
acts,
over
but
the past
NQ looks
3
fucking
months,
shit right now.
And this is all moving in the right direction. So are you indicating here that Americans should expect some sort of economic pain in the second half of the year?
I'm gonna
not
start
saying
to
that
look
all.
at gold here.
From our standpoint, what I can say is that the U.S. economy is in solid shape. Inflation has come down. The unemployment rate remains at 4.2%. As I mentioned,
Were you up
real
like
wages
5?
are moving up. It's a good.
I think 4.8.
Job creation is at a healthy level. Unemployment again
Is what it is, brother.
Labor force
Gotta
participation
play.
in a good place.
Gotta
So-
play the game.
And what we're waiting for to reduce rates is to understand what will happen with really the tariff inflation. And there's a
What
lot
would you
of
like me to do
uncertainty
about that? You know?
Every forecaster you can name who is a professional forecaster with adequate resources and forecasts for a living is forecasting pretty significant. Everyone that I know is forecasting a meaningful increase in inflation in coming months from tariffs because someone has to pay for the tariffs, and it will be someone in that chain that I mentioned.
Yeah, if gold gets
Manufacturer,
a very
the
extended move and
exporter,
takes the lows
the
here,
importer,
I'd
the
be interested in
retailer,
trying to step into it.
ultimately somebody putting it into a.
We've got a
of some
good
kind or
bit
just
to
a
go
consumer
though. We need
buying
another
it.
10 points.
And all through that chain, people will be trying not to be the ones who pick up the cost, but ultimately, the cost of the tariff has to be paid, and some of it will fall on the end consumer. We know that because that's what businesses say, that's what the data say from past. So we know that's coming, and we just want to see a little bit of that before we make judgments prematurely.
And follow up on that. So you spent years though talking about how you're data dependent, and be a little more direct on this. Now you're making decisions looking forward. Doesn't the data you're seeing today indicate there should be a rate cut?
No, I mean, your monetary policy has to be forward-looking. That is elementary. You've got to be looking. I always talk about the incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks. We say that over and over and over again, right? So it's always forward-looking. If you know, at the very beginning of the pandemic, we cut rates to zero immediately. Nothing had happened. We just knew that it was going to be really bad, right? So we took very aggressive forward-looking because we knew things were going to be unusually difficult. So of course, this is something we sort of know is coming. We just don't know the size of it. And again, the economy seems to be in solid shape. So the labor market's not crying out for a rate cut. Businesses, were in a bit of shock after April 2, but you see business sentiment, you talk to business people now, there's a very different feeling now that people are working their way through this, and they understand how they're going to go, and it feels much more positive and constructive than it did 3 months ago, let's say.
In Q, big rally.
Again, we think that our current stance of monetary policy is
big rally in Q, geez. My goodness.
Thank you. Amara Mokwe with Bloomberg. Chair Powell, in February, you told Congress that the Fed is, quote, overworked, maybe not overstaffed. Then in a memo to staff in May announcing a deferred resignation program at the Fed, you said you wanted to ensure that the Fed was, quote, right-sized. Those two statements appear to be at odds with one another. Could you explain what changed in the roughly 3 months between those statements that made you decide that staff levels at the Fed should decline?
I don't see them at all as intention. So I was asked, is the Fed overstaffed? And I said no, and I sort of said as a pun, overworked but not overstaffed. People do work extremely hard at the Fed, and I know they work hard at Bloomberg too. So, but we do. We work hard, but I would say this. So we are careful stewards of public resources, and sometimes you need to show that. So there have been several times in our history, modern history, where the Fed has said, you know what, we're going to do a buyout. We're going to show the public, we're going to demonstrate that we are good stewards of public resources. So we thought, and I thought, that this is a time when we can, we grow at about, our headcount is growing at about 1% a year.
Gold's getting a nice bounce.
Over the course
I
of
wanted to see it sweep 80s.
We're doing a careful scrub of the board.
But, like, there's volume off 90. I really wanted to see it sub 80.
Employees who can do something else, where we can streamline our operations, and we think we can get there in a couple of years. We think we can do that. And
it's a hell of a
bounce.
We
think this is without taking risk to carrying out our critical missions. So this is something you do very carefully, thoughtfully, and you do it, again, respecting that we have critical missions to carry out. I've had experience, a lot of experience in my prior careers, with headcount reductions and things like that, and this is how you do it professionally. You do it carefully, thoughtfully, with a lot of planning, and you do it over a period of time. I think the Fed will be fine. I think no one will notice any decline in our ability to carry out our missions. And I think it's just us wanting to demonstrate to the public that we are actually good stewards of their resources. We're effectively wiping out 10 years of headcount growth. With
an
this.
hour till close, a little less.
We wanted to show that, that we're good stewards.
How is progress on reducing headcount going so far? Are you on track to meet the goal?
We're just at the very beginning. As you know, we're doing a buyout program. We're gonna hit that goal. I think many organizations find that they can do this. You don't want to do it every year or anything, but you can do it at intervals, and you wind up not interfering with your ability to perform your jobs.
I'm still looking at gold. If we can sweep into the 70s, I want to try to take it for like an end-of-day reversal.
And Chair Powell, Claire Jones from the Financial Times. As you're no doubt aware, the Senate Finance Committee has tabled its version of the reconciliation bill this week, and I was wondering if you could tell me a little bit about the tenor of the debate at the FOMC over the past few days on fiscal policy and the degree to which that influenced people's projections for 2026 and beyond. Thank you.
Yeah, so, we don't sit around and debate or really discuss. We take fiscal policy as fully exogenous, and so we actually, really didn't talk about the bill or the
gold market being
contents
down
of it.
right now is absurd.
It's still evolving. When it gets closer, remember also we have a very, very large economy, and that the effects will be at the margin. I expect that they may.
I want to see gold sweep 84. Then I'll take it long, but it's got to. I mean, we only have 50 minutes to do this, like a full sweep and a recovery.
A couple of times, but as something
it needs to do it. It needs to take the lows now.
But I think the outcome is, we don't know the outcome yet there, so hard to be real specific.
Thanks, Chair Powell. Neil Irwin with Axios. There have been some cutbacks in economic statistics collection in the last few weeks, and worries that long-running problems around funding and response rates may be getting worse. How much is this concern on your radar? How much confidence do you have that the gauges you're watching to assess the economy are reliable right now?
You know, two things. One, the data we get right now, we can do our jobs. I'm not concerned that we can't do our jobs. That's not the point. The point really is that we are starting to see, you know, layoffs and important gatherers of data are saying that they're having to cut back on the size of their surveys. That's going to lead to more volatility in the surveys. I think we should take a step back and, you know, from our standpoint, and I think the standpoint of businesses and governments and everyone, having really good data on the state of the economy at any given time is a huge public good. It helps, it not just doesn't help the Fed, it helps the government, it helps Congress, it helps the executive branch. More importantly, really, it helps businesses. They need to know what's going on in the economy. The United States has been a leader for many, many years in this whole project of
I would love to see gold sweep those 80s.
What's happening in our very large.
We've just got such a short time frame to do it.
I hate to see us cutting back on that because it is a real benefit to the general public that people in all kinds of jobs have the best possible understanding of what's happening in the economy and hence what's likely to happen. It's very hard to measure what's going on in the U.S. economy. If you read, there was a book called, well, it's really remarkable how many things you need to understand to estimate U.S. GDP. Very, very difficult, and it's so important that we get it right. I just would say it's not a place to I would want to keep investing in that, you know, for the good of the general public.
Yeah,
Hi,
these are
Victoria
micros.
Guido with
I'm not about to
Politico.
put minis on.
So you're conducting this monetary policy strategy framework review, but next year we're supposed to have a new Fed chair, and I'm wondering if that affects at all the way that you're approaching this. How do you ensure that this framework will actually be durable?
You know, the framework document goes back to 2012, and it's the committee's document. It's not like we're going to invent a brand new way to do things. It's been an evolving document, so it shouldn't depend on who the chair is at all. It should depend on what's happening in the economy and what the committee wants to do. So, yeah, it isn't really tied to any particular chair. And you know, we used to
I mean,
renew it,
gold's down,
every year. Now we do
NQ's
it
down.
every 5 years. So, but I don't think anybody. I've never heard
What
anyone
market is
raise
up?
this issue that, you know, a new
Is
chair might
crude
want
up?
to come in and go in a completely different direction. I really don't think that's right. But you know, that's not going to be up to me to decide.
Is that affecting at all who
No,
you're consulting with?
Not at all. Not in any way.
Thank you. Chair Powell, Matt Egan from CNN. Relatively low gas prices this year have helped drive down inflation in recent reports, but that trend is starting to reverse given the crisis in the Middle East. How are you thinking about how the Israel-Iran conflict will impact the economy, especially inflation? And
Come on, Gold.
what lessons were
Come on,
learned
Gold. I need
during
you
the
under
2022
84.
period when another conflict,
Just
the
not
Russia-Ukraine
interested in
war,
taking it
sent
long
oil
here.
and gas prices skyrocketing?
So of course we're watching.
Obviously could hold
like
as that
everybody else
support,
is,
but
what's going on? I
I'd
really
much
don't
rather
any
have it
comment
sweep.
on that. You know, possible that we'll see higher energy prices. What's tended to happen is when there's turmoil in the Middle East, you
Wow,
may see
look
a
at
spike
NQ
in
off
energy prices,
fucking
but it tends to
912.
come
Massive
down.
buying.
Those things don't generally tend to have lasting effects on inflation, although of course
Crude,
in the
yeah.
1970s,
Well,
they
I don't have the
famously
data
did
for crude,
because you had
but-
a series of very, very large shocks, but we haven't seen anything like that. Like
912
that now.
just
The
ran
US
50
economy
points.
is far less dependent on foreign oil.
We might get the
than
break
it
on
was
gold.
back in the 1970s.
If we get
So,
it under 84, I'm going to start to become a buyer for an end-of-day recovery
quick
move.
follow-up. I've just got to ask you about artificial
Ooh,
intelligence.
okay, let's see.
Some technology executives have recently been warning that AI could wipe out a large chunk of entry-level jobs and
Wow, gold's picking up volume.
significantly increase the unemployment rate.
Okay,
I'm wondering
let's
how
see.
concerned you are, if at
Let's
all,
see.
about the threat that AI poses to employment.
So this is the question. The question really is, will AI be more augmenting labor or replacing
Under
labor?
84,
And I wouldn't
sweep
I-
the lows,
we all
start to
those
see some
announcements,
exhaustion. I'm going to take it
including
long.
one today. I wouldn't, overread.
Wow, dude, holy
a
fuck,
couple-
AQ is running.
A couple of data points because, AI should be creating jobs at the same
100
time.
point- 100 point
Maybe
run up.
replacing, maybe doing both. Anyone who's done any work with AI will have been a little bit stunned at how capable it is. And it's just a different thing. So I think this is something that certainly has transformational potential.
Come on,
And
Gold.
probably
Come
we're
on,
in the very early
Gold.
stages of it. They say what you're seeing now compared to what you'll see in 2 years is going to be very different and even more effective. So I think it's really hard to know. That, of course, there are optimists who feel like it's going to make everybody much more.
Come on, Gold. There's
much
no
more,
way we're going to find buyers off 86
productive.
and not just sweep
And there
it.
are those who think it's going to replace an awful lot of jobs right across the income spectrum, white collar, blue collar, and everything. So I just don't know. We don't have a house view on that, but this is
definitely
going to
buyers
be a
off
very
86.
important question for some time.
Much prefer we just take the low.
Thank you. Greg Rapp from MarketWatch. I was wondering if you could step back a little bit, Chair Powell. There's a spate of articles and a lot of op-eds now in the newspapers saying that the U.S. economy and the global economy is going through this profound change.
I want gold in the
akin
70s.
To the end of the Bretton
I just don't know if we'll
Woods
get that. We
era
have
in the
45 minutes here.
1970s. And don't you owe the American people some sort of explanation for what we're going through? I mean, I noticed earlier this month when you talked about Bretton Woods a little bit, and you said that Bretton Woods, the Fed staff had to change how the dollar, movements of the dollar wasn't impacting the economy. Are we going through something like that now? Dude. That, are you having to change how you do monetary policy? Is it that fundamental a change underway? Thanks.
It's certainly a time of real change. From a geopolitical standpoint, from a trade standpoint, from an immigration standpoint, you see this not just here but everywhere. So there's quite a lot going on. It doesn't change the way we do monetary policy in the near term. I mean, and it doesn't change our objectives or what we need to do. And these things are not really our issues. They're really issues for elected governments. All of those issues are really for elected governments. But there's no question it's a time of real change, and very hard to see where that goes. Will it be? There have been many things written about how it's going to be a more inflationary time. That's possible. It's not guaranteed. AI could cut in the very other direction. AI could make people much more productive and push in the other direction. I don't know though. So, but you're right. But honestly, our focus is a much more practical one, and that is how do we keep inflation low and employment high in the near term. That's really what we're about.
Hello, Chairman Powell. Mark Hamrick with Bankrate. What is the view about the growing amount of slack in the job market, including the softening in payrolls, the forecast of a modest rise in the unemployment rate, and the ability of workers to demand wage hikes or not in this environment where you have inflation surging?
You don't really see unemployment going up. You don't see increased slack really. I mean, at the margin, remember you're at 4.2%.
That run up on
unemployment.
NQ just got baited.
For many years, that was an extremely low level. It happens to have come up off of an even lower level as we came out of the pandemic. We were as low as 3.4%, but 4.2% is probably at the low end of estimates of the longer run, sustainable level of natural rate of unemployment. So I guess I wouldn't agree with that. And also, in terms of wages, real wages after inflation have been moving up sort of more than was consistent with 2% inflation. They're still moving up at a healthy clip.
Oh yeah, bro.
And I think
Today
much more
is
consistent with 2% inflation, given a reasonable assessment
tough
of
market.
Trend productivity. So
Tough
it's a pretty good labor market.
I do like the
you're
gold
right,
longs. I
level of
really
job
don't want to get
creation
involved
has come
above
down, but so has the supply of workers.
above those
the
lows. I
change
would
in
much
supply,
rather sweep the
new supply.
lows.
So you've seen
have an
you've seen
extended type of
unemployment rate
sell-off
remain pretty
that
stable
I
at
can have
4.2. It's been as high as 4.3.
a good chance
but,
of taking it long back into
those
this
are
range.
good numbers. So it's a pretty good labor market.
Just don't
The thing
know.
is,
We're close,
the
but
more
we've got
concerning
40
thing
minutes
is
till the close.
There are not a lot of layoffs, but there are not a lot of job creation. The number, if you're out of work, it's hard to find a job, but very few people are being laid off at this point. So an equilibrium we watch very, very carefully, because if there were to be significant layoffs and the job finding rate were to remain this low, you would have an increase in unemployment fairly quickly. But that hasn't happened. It really hasn't happened. The U.S. economy has defied all kinds of forecasts for it to weaken, really, over the last 3 years. And it's been remarkable to see just again and again when people think it's going to weaken. Now, eventually it will, but we don't see signs of that now.
Go to Jean for the last question.
Hi, Chair Powell. Jean Young with MNI Market News. There's been a lot of talk about cuts. I wanted to ask you, why do you think there are no forecasts for rates to rise or even to stay where they are next year, given that the projection for inflation is to rise to 3%, and there's a lot of there's some skepticism over whether those price hikes will be a one-time event?
So there are a number of people on the committee who wrote down no cuts this year, but some cuts next year. So, I think, people are writing down their most likely path, right? They're not saying
we need like a shock selling move here on gold.
Things. Really, it's think of it as the least unlikely path in a situation like this where uncertainty is very high. I think, again, people write down their rate paths, and they do not have like a really high conviction that this is exactly what's going to happen over the next 2 years. No one feels that way about their rate path. They feel like, what am I going to write down? I mean, what would you write down? It's not easy to do that with confidence. So I would just say it that way. We don't rule things in or out. Certainly a hike is.
I'm looking for like a break of 80s here.
It's not something people are writing down, but in the meantime, we do the best we can with these forecasts, and I think they're representative of the different forecasts and different reaction functions that people on the committee have. So thank you very much. Thanks.
Appreciate your call, means a lot and all. Yeah, I got a minute.
And NQ's every dip's getting bought on NQ, just ripping. NQ usually rallies after he's done talking, right?
Say it's been at least a month since I've had any fun. Buddy, I'll admit it.
Seems easy enough to just buy every time Powell leaves the stage. In it. Massive hourly on NQ, and it's still got 40 minutes is the crazy part. If it wants to make a push to high day, it's another 100 points. You have an engulfing on the hourly on NQ. Just massive rallies, really. Every dip just getting rallied back up. Gold today, man. Any dip you see, buy it, sell it. Buy it, sell it, wait for another one, buy it, sell it. High a day, if it wants to make that push and continue this trend, is only 80 points off. Totally doable. Totally doable. See how difficult they make this market to rally here. You think this would just be the dip buy for a run up to high day? Let's see how tricky they make it. Like a 50-point pullback. 40-point pullback. What's the rule on top step buy? What rule? I'm waiting for a bigger move here on gold. I want to see the break at 84. And keep pulling back with some weight. We've got 30 minutes till the close. Do we think NQ gets a push to high day? 30 minutes till the close. 30 minutes till the close. It's 110 points off high a day. I don't think it's impossible. I might be open to trying.
Order filled.
5 micros. I'll stop it out. I'll give it some room. I'll give it some room. I'll give it some room. Seems like we're kind of finding some buyers off this low. If this low holds, you want to see that break back above VWAP. It can make a run to high a day, and I'm willing to give it a shot. It's 30 minutes to do it. 30 minutes to do it. So we need some volume in about 100 points. Let's see. Let's see if that trade plays out. We've only got 30 minutes. I'm aware of that. So, like, volume is going to be a factor here. Pulls back in a low day, it's a dud. That's already a pretty extended pullback. These markets are feeling impossible today, man. Feeling impossible. Like, you got the NQ sell-off. Gold's not finding any buying. This thing just ran to my stop, sprinted to my stop. Goodness. Goodness. Tough day, brother. Tough day, brother. This looks so heavy.
Order
Yep, stopped
filled.
out of that. And gold's coming down too. What the fuck? Yeah, bro, this is a tough day. I'm not gonna lie. Just sprinted to my stop. No markets are up right now. It's kind of wild, to be honest. Gold's down. NQ's down. Kind of wild. 8.3 is the low on gold. I wanted to see 70s. NQ was looking good, not but 5 minutes ago. Literally 5 minutes ago. This hourly was almost an engulfing. And then just within a minute or two, we just lost 70 points. I wouldn't mind trying to. One of these markets should see some type of long into the close. NQ now looks tough. I want to see 70s first, though. I want to see it clear 80s and get in the 70s. Give it a wide stop. I'll stop if it doesn't hold 70s. I really want it under 80s here on that break. Thrive Trading shut down today? Are they brand new? 4.8K was... Hey, dude, it is what it is, brother. If I see a setup, like, it is what it is. It is what it is. I agree with you, but it is what it is. Like, this is me trying, you know what I mean? It's part of trading, my man. Part of trading. I don't really have any regrets. It's part of trading. Can I get 77 here? Okay, this is kind of setting up how I need it to here. It needs to break 80s. I'll stop it if it doesn't hold 70. 35 days? You know, that's surprising because they had a damn... Their accounts were expensive and they had some crazy-ass rules. Please break 80. They had some crazy rules. I think I checked them out. Come on now, Gold. Don't do that to me. Can you not take 80s here? Can you really not take 80s here? I think you certainly could take 80s here. I don't know what we're doing. NQ is crazy today. I mean, we're seeing a 5-point bounce off the lows. That's something, right? Much prefer it takes the 80s. Don't go yet. Don't go yet.
Order filled.
Probably the last trade of the session. I wanted to see a sweep of 80s, but I can't deny that. It's a strong bounce off the low if we hold. Break and retest of the range is almost exactly what you want to see right here. Honestly, mate. I'm looking to take this back into high 90s, depending on what kind of volume we can get. We have 30 minutes till close. Wouldn't mind getting in more too. We're up 500. This looks good. 90s. There's 90s already. Do I want to pop out of it and get back into it? I want to be in more. I want to be in higher. Sorry. I want to be in more size here. I'm not gonna lie. I want to be in more size here. I do. I want to be in minis. I want to be in minis. I'm looking for a reclaim of 400. Let's ride this motherfucker. I want to be in more size, but it's the retracement's pretty high at this point, but I would love to be in more size. Do I want to try to get into minis? I do want to. I'm locked out of it. I locked out full-size minis. Should I change my wrist settings and take... Actually, it's not locked out. Probably for good reason. I really want to get more size. I'm gonna get more size here. Last trade of the day. If it doesn't work out, I'm okay with that. I want to get more size if I can here. Dude, it's hard to drag these orders.
Order filled.
Okay, I'm in more size. In more size. This is the trade here. Looking for this to run pretty much back into the 400s. This is the trade here. I'm in about three and a half minis. 3.5 minis. I'm gonna see this pull back in the high 90s. Then give a test at 400s into the close. NQ, some nice recovery on NQ. Nice recovery on NQ. Last trade of the day, more size. No good. Okay. You're right, brother. I have no clue what I'm doing. I put on size because I like the setup. I like the setup. I like the sweep of the sell side. I like the confirmation that we're getting buying off this low. 10-point run. But you can have your opinion, brother. You can have your opinion. You are totally entitled to your opinion, brother. 100%. 100%. Just kidding. You're not really kidding. You're being a bit of a smartass. Maybe you are kidding. I don't know. BP 400. What? Yep, 4. Yeah.
So you only want white vinyl?
What?
Do you only want one white vinyl? Or do you want to try anything else? Yeah, but like I have metallics.
White.
White?
Yeah, just white. You can experiment with something different with white.
White.
Yeah, white.
Gold.
White.
Where's Neo?
I don't know where Neo is.
Oh, price coming.
What does that open? What does that open? What? What'd you say? This is the setup that you would want to see this continue through high 90s. Needs to get bought off this pullback. Go break even on this one. Olaf. I know that this table's got me. Wanna take you fishing and I wanna try out for the 7th grade football team. Probably ain't nothing but this town's old drunk and die on a smoke-stained stool. Now he's got a bargain and he's taking too far on his boys game of 9-ball pool. His father was a betting man, but I got myself a market closes in 20 minutes, man. 20 minutes. Just 20. This looks good for a push through mid-90s. Just waiting to see. Nice high consolidation. 92. This looks good to leg up higher, yeah. 92. Got a couple levels here. 94, 96. Dump it? Why are you saying dump it, bro? Y'all are crazy, man. Totally crazy. Gotta tighten the risk up on that one. Realistically, 20 minutes to close. This high 80 dip should hold and continue through mid-90s if it's truly a strong move to the upside like I think it is. Kinda needs to find that next leg off 91 though. Make or break right about now. Make or break right about now.
There's so much whiskey in his coke, it'll make her nose spin. But she swears that his love is a damn godsend. She ain't known God since she was a child.
First dip not gonna get caught here.
She used to play in the yard and she would dream of one day till the world came around.
First dip not gonna get caught here.
Told her how to dress and act and smile. She's an Oklahoma smoke show. He's an asshole from back home. She'll never make it out alive. That small town bar scene where small vices kill your big dreams.
Order filled.
Alright, we'll hold the 15 micro, see if it works. $200 loss on the 2 mini trades, not that bad actually. guess NQ rallied to hell, huh? Yeah, NQ had a massive bounce. Point rally just catches no buyers on the dip. Nothing, huh? Nothing.
Order filled.
It's awesome. That's insanity.
Wanna put on that dress that all the bad boys like. I know your daddy ain't home, so ride with me tonight. You always wind up here in a puddle of tears. And boys are out and they're angry and they're looking for blood. In the back
15 minutes till close.
of an old pickup truck. You got nowhere to go, although you're all gussied up.
Yeah, I mean that was a solid 10-point bounce after taking the lows, and then just no attempt to buy back. No attempt to buy back. I mean maybe here, but I've already been stopped at that point. Can I give you a trade? No thank you. No thank you. No thank you. Says let's go to my place as he jumps in passenger seat. Safe to say this ain't where I thought. Might try again at 77. Tight stop.
Driving half of what it says to go on that speed limit sign.
10 minutes till the close.
She's want some of me and I'm just trying to stay between the lines.
NQ's not back into the highs. It's kind of neutral still. Trying to take it off hourly supply. The thing is, I don't even know if we'll get it under 80. Maybe right into the close. Yeah.
She's crying on the phone. Miles between us, but she's still my own. I hear it in her tone. I know she's getting tired of being alone. They say distance makes the
I go to 33.84. Bro, we're under 33.84 right now.
So don't come home, just stay out.
Might take one more. I mean, it would have to sweep 80s before I get interested in it. I just don't see us, not until we get a sweep of the 80s, getting an actual reversal. Especially with this failed break above 92. I think he's selling off again. 9 minutes.
So don't come home, just stay out. 'Cause there ain't nothing left for you here now.
Yeah, I just can't talk myself into trying to buy this off 80s. Not until we break it.
Pictures on the shelf. Oh, we've got some memories of before we went to hell. It's all smoke and it burns now. It's all smoke and it burns now. 'Cause it's all smoke.
I'm on a live account, Z.
So don't come home, just stay out. 'Cause there ain't nothing left for us here now.
"5:34 a.m. I was about to start my day, but she laying there across me, so I stayed anyway. Arms tight, legs numb, wrapped around my knee. Sweetest of the sunflowers, how you're the sun to me. I don't recall what you were wearing on the first night we met, besides a subtle cloud around you from my last cigarette. And you come from a good place with a happy family. The only bad you've ever done was to see the good in me. 'Cause I've been living seen hard times, bad luck, all that in between. Sweetest of sunflowers, how you're the sun to me. And I remember being younger and my mother told me true. Find someone who grows flowers in the darkest parts of you. Take heed when things get hard and don't you ever turn around. 'Cause you'll find someone someday somewhere that grows you to the clouds. And you walked me home that evening when I could barely walk. And you spoke to me so sweetly on the days I couldn't talk. And now I'm seeing clearly and I'm growing up so free. Sweetest of sunflowers, how you're the sun to me. 'Cause I've been living, waiting on the day that the good Lord will.
I don't know if this brick 80 is going to fall within the close.
I've seen hard times, bad luck, all that in between. Sweetest of sunflowers, how you're the sun to me. Sweetest of sunflowers, how you're the sun to me.
The thing I want the most is what I never had. And I finally met a girl that I could picture in all that. But what scares me the most is what I'll be to her. What if I wind up being exactly like you were? Oh,
No, nothing interesting into the close for sure. I feel like gold could have a setup, but not if we're not going to take 80s out. And we're 3 minutes out to the close. 2 minutes from the close. And Q looks pretty horrible.
I know not to touch the bottle when I'm up against the wall. I know why they call them pain pills, 'cause pain is all they call. And I really wish I didn't, but I know all too well not to leave a 10-year-old to throw a ball all by himself. Yeah, I don't know a thing about settling down, making a home out of a ranch-style house. Someday
Yeah, we got like three dogs. 3 dogs. Yeah, we're not seeing anything here. There might be an opportunity in Asia to take gold under 80. Definitely not a strong close, that's for sure. I thought maybe we could see a sweep of 80 into the close, but maybe that'll wait for maybe we'll wait on that until the next session. I think he's selling off here.
What you tried to be, what you couldn't be, even though I don't know a thing about settling down, making a home out of a ranch-style house, or someday raising up a baby, or hell, maybe even a few.
Close. There's market close. Nothing moving too crazy into the close. There's the close. I'm waiting to see if gold breaks 80s. If it does, I'll take the reversal. If not, it doesn't have a lot of time. And we're not seeing a lot of volume. It probably won't. Might open up next session with like a gap under 80s. If that's the case, I'll probably get long in the 70s too on that. Yeah, I'm not seeing it now. Yeah, I did nothing but give back profit this session. I had a good night session, but I mean, rightfully so. This shit was choppy as hell. Hard to come out on top today, to be honest. Gold just never could get anything. Could never get anything.
Order filled.
There is a scalp setup for a breakthrough 60s that I'll take right here at the bell. Just a quick trade. Flip red, break 60s, into the 50s, I'll cover it up. In the grand scheme of things, that's not really a great trade, or like that's not really much of a trade, but
Order filled.
something, right? I think next session maybe we'll have a setup on gold. Gold's not. I don't really feel like the play off the 80s is worth even looking at. If it starts to get back into the 90s, maybe, but it's got a lot of ways to go. Ways to go. Under 80s is hourly supply. It's above us is just a very I would say bull. I don't think it's not bullish. It's just a strong range, just under highs. So like for setups like that, I'd like to see the range sweep the low, and then reclaim the range, and then you can start targeting the highs of the range if you get long on it. I wanted to see it take 80s. This isn't the most electric setup here, to be honest. It's hard to get in a trade on this. All right, y'all, I'm gonna dip off. I don't know. We'll see what the night session has to offer, but I'm gonna dip off. Appreciate y'all for tuning in the stream.